features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to a sunrise drive. We are in the Maasai Mara of Kenya with a pride of lions having breakfast. My name is David. Welcome aboard to a very own safari live from the African bush. This is a very good start for our morning drive from the Maasai Mara, and I got two females here that are feeding, and these are from the Olololo Pride in the Maasai Mara. They're feeding on a wildebeest. The migration is still on in the Maasai Mara of Kenya, and as I said earlier, we're coming to you live. So please talk to us, send us questions or comments, and you can do that to hashtag WildEarth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. For the youngsters, you may do the same using kids' questions at WildEarth.tv. Another cold morning here in the Maasai Mara of 17 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. And one more time, Jumbo everybody, my name is David. Behind the camera today is Bungay. And Bungay is more happier than me, and what he's saying, he has not seen these girls for quite some time. We've been following another pride of lions that is called the River Pride, but on our way there, we found all of you these two lionesses that I think must be very, very full. You see, they seem to have disappeared in the grass, but if you look carefully, you can see them still devouring that wildebeest, which most likely they killed it in the wee hours. I'm talking of 4 or 5 in the morning. Now, the Olololo Pride is quite huge, but these two girls of that pride are always very active. One of them is very light, the one on the right, and the other one takes the normal colors of lions that we all know of. Not sure where the other members are, but I can tell you, if you think of these lionesses here being almost, 190 or so kilograms, or almost 350 pounds, don't be surprised both of them devour these wildebeest to pieces. What they're only going to leave behind will be the bones for the scavengers of the hyenas. Eat, stop, look around. The closest concern from here would be some group of hyenas from the Olololo clan, but as yet there's no sight or sign of them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be coming to you this morning from multiple locations, and we'll be going to one of them before you see me again.
Look what we have here. It's one of my favorite animal, an elephant. Such a beautiful animal to see this morning, just having its morning snack. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Norman Chauke. Welcome to Eco Training Prideland Conservancy. So it's such a beautiful morning. We just observed the sunrise not so long ago. It's still beautiful. Weather very chilly. This animal busy having its morning snack. I like how they use their trunk to cut down like branches so they can munch on them. If you have a look on the tree that is busy feeding on, it's one of the giraffe favorite. It's a knob-thorn. You can see some knobs. Very useful tree, very useful tree. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning. I'm sure this Ellie will probably head in this direction of Ndlovu Dam or Leopard Dam, which we're not very far from.
Greetings everyone, and welcome to the Maasai Mara of Kenya. We have male lioness walking by up in the distance. My name is Tim, and behind the camera we have Big James. Now look at how beautiful this is to wake up to lions in the morning. Now that lioness is on a mission. We have wildebeest and zebras over in the distance, and I can see a hyena. So the hyena definitely knows that she wants to hunt. Now she's been following the lioness for about 25 minutes. See, the lioness is trying to see if her sister will join in. This is what sometimes spook lions and make lions not go for hunt, because when the prey notice that the hyena is around, they definitely might know that the lions are around. So the lioness is just behind a bush. We just missed out on a male lion that went hiding into a bush, and hopefully she might get lucky. Those wildebeest and zebras are not aware of her presence. See how she's walking slowly towards them. She's looking back, see if she can find her sisters or locate her sisters. Hyenas have to keep a distance away from these lions, because when they counter each other, it could be fatal and sometimes can go up to death. See how she's walking. Seems like she's not interested with the zebras and wildebeest, but she's actually not showing herself off. You can tell she's following something by the way she's looking on the ground, and also sniffing the central left by the other lion that went past. See how well she blends in. You can't really tell that there's a lioness there. All the wildebeest are not aware, but the hyena still has to watch, because if there's another lion within here, then the hyena is in trouble. Look at how she's staring. She has to keep an eye on the lion, making sure that the lion goes away. So hyenas are also clever, because when they're following the predators like lion, they know that they might get an opportunity if one arises, especially, the lioness has decided to go back. What are you thinking, girl? See the ears bent backwards? Seems like she's seen something, so she has to go around, maybe. Is she deciding on whether to hunt or not? Let's see. Yeah, possibly might be one of the reasons. See, by the way she is crouching, seems like she's up to something. Also seems like she's following a central Oh yeah, or maybe she's going around to follow those wildebeest. It will be so exciting to see and watch what she will do. So as we wait here, I'll just gonna drive a little bit to the side and see if she decides to go on. Oh yeah, she's running a little bit. So let's wait and see what she will do. Konya ameogopa. Anaogopa nini?
Well, anything would happen when you see lions moving about. But at least the parade of lions they got here, they did the job last night or early this morning, and they got their trophy of a wildebeest. Now, look at them. One of them has changed position and has stood up. And what she's doing, I think it was very uncomfortable for her maybe to eat while lying down or seated down. If you look carefully on the dark one, she got a collar on her neck. And this is for the research scientists or for the researchers to be able to collect some important data on these lionesses. Look at that pose. Beautiful golden light coming through them. And what they're looking at are some more wildebeest. And I have seen lions which have hunted full, and then if an opportunity avails itself and they see another prey, they very quickly bring it down. As much as they may be full and they won't eat it, they just kill it, or they hunt it rather, and leave it there. If they get too lazy along the day and they don't have the energy to hunt, then they're going to eat what they have hunted. So look at that one trying to swallow. I'm not sure those internal organs of the intestines she's trying to swallow. It can't go through. She can't chew it. They tend to shear and snew the meat because cats are not able to grind the meat or chew it nicely. Just cut it in small little pieces and swallow it. There's always a third female with these two females here. Not sure where she is today. Are you going for a drink? And all that call you're hearing is coming from a lapwing. And those are alarm calls. And what's happening, not very far from these lions here, or lionesses, we got some jackals. And the jackals, what they'll be doing, they'll be waiting for these lionesses to leave the carcass, and then they're going to come in. But as they wait, they usually bump into eggs or chicks of those lapwings, and they eat them. So these lapwings will normally try to intimidate them so that they can leave. Tanbay, you were asking about the collar. Now, I think what will happen, once the researchers are happy with their data, at one point they will remove it, because they will always want to get the behavior, one of this particular lioness. To me, I think in this particular pride she belongs to, called the Ololo pride, she should be the lead female, or she's more like the matriarch. Now, being the dominant female, she will always lead the other lions. You see how she's looking? She's always very alert, and she's looking at some other wildebeest at a distance. And after some time, once they get enough data, they'll definitely remove it. Apparently also, the collar helps the researchers to know the location of the pride or this particular lioness, because in general, where she will be, the rest of them will still be in the same area. Look at her belly. I may bet she's not pregnant, but she's just having a massive, I would say lots of pounds of the wildebeest in her belly. Look at her tail. It's always between a communication between the brain and the tail. And lions in general communicate a lot using the tails, their ears. So one of the members have left, or one lioness has left. Not sure she has gone for a drink, but I'm going to spend quite some time with them here this morning, as we'll be taking you to another location.
It seems like a lioness activity or lioness morning. Back to our lioness here. She has exposed herself, so there's no way she's going to hunt this wildebeest. When predators are seen, they abandon the hunt, or they just ignore. So at this moment, she's been walking, following them. I think the reason why she came back, there's lots of hyenas where she was headed, and then she came back. So these lionesses cannot cross the path of a lot of hyenas, especially when there's more than 10. They can sometimes attack her. So she's walking slowly. I'm sure she was following the other lions. But unfortunately, because of herself being exposed, she cannot hunt actually right now. Look at how they are watching her. Now there's what we call comfort zone. The reason why these animals are running away, because they are actually on their comfort. We have what we call flight zone. So they are on their flight zone right now. They are running away because they can see the predator. So sometimes if the predator wants to attack, they have to do what we call a surprise. Because prey has sharp eye, and because of the predators using the wind direction, they have to judge how they approach prey. The comfort zone limits how these predators will attack. Now, because they can see the predator, there's no way the lioness can go and surprise them. So she'll continue walking until they know that, or they cannot see her at all. But as long as that she's within their sight, they'll keep on following her. Seems Dene, thank you for your comment. She definitely looks like she's on a mission. Yes. Unfortunately for her, she's exposed herself. Look at how these wildebeest are running. Lions are also so fast, but to surprise a prey that is not unaware of your presence, that's the only way she can be lucky. But sometimes, when they're running away like this, there's some that can trample each other and fall down, or maybe end up in a hole, and that is what she can get an advantage of. Actually, by looking at them, she might isolate the very young, or the lame, or the sick, and those are the ones that might fall prey. So while they're running up and around, they have to make sure that the calves are away from the lion. So the mother wildebeest has to be in between the lion to protect the calves. She's still back on a mission. By flicking her tail up shows that she's ignored. She's not going up for it. So look at that cattle egret that flew past. Lots of cattle egret this morning. They're flying in to join the herds, because when the herds are grazing, the insects that are disturbed, these cattle egrets get an advantage and eat those insects. Now our lioness seems like she has to wait for another time or maybe another day. While walking like this, they pick up scent trails left by other lions. And if the lions are from her pride, she'll definitely follow them and join them. Seems like a big of commotion going out there. they're not sure where they want to go. See that young one, how fast they can be. Now a baby wildebeest after birth, for about 4 minutes after birth, they can outrun a predator. So imagine if that young calf can outrun a predator just a few minutes after birth, how about now? So still gonna wait here and see what she will do.
Good morning and welcome to And Beyond Ngala, where we have just found a young male leopard feeding on something. He's chosen quite a good spot there. He's well hidden, but at least you can see him through the bushes. My name is Marna, and with me behind the camera is Gert. So some of the rangers found him in this area yesterday, so we came back this morning. We were looking for tracks and signs of him, and then Gert was actually sitting on the vehicle whilst I was walking, and he heard something feeding in the bushes just beside us, and we looped around and we found him feeding here. Now, we haven't been able to... Quick link to the Maasai Mara.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what this one lioness, which I think is the dominant in this particular pride, is doing, she wants to stash her kill in a different area. Now, she just moved it a few feet from where they were devouring it before, and she dragged it. But I thought, she thought it was rather heavy. And I think what she wants to do is to reduce the weight by eating a few more pounds, and then the bush you see behind her, she wants to go and stash it right there. And the whole idea is to keep it as fresh as possible, conceal it from mainly hyenas, or possibly, I would say, vultures, but more so mainly hyenas, because the lionesses can sort the vultures. Hyenas is always quite a challenge. When you see hyenas ganging up, anything from 6 hyenas and above, these girls are going to leave the kill. So she did a few feet, and I think it was too heavy. Dropped it. I think she wanted to reduce the weight, and then just push it to that, I think, skipper's bush behind her. And that is where the sister or the other lioness has gone. Initially, I thought she went for a drink, and then she would come back. I saw a zebra in the background there, just moving. Not sure whether that zebra knows who could be ahead of her. Not 1, maybe 2, 3, 4. And apparently those zebras are coming towards the direction of this lioness. You remember earlier I was saying many cats, and more so leopards and lions have been known to be opportunistic. And should a prey just come so close to where they are, even if they had no plans of hunting, they'll be known to go for them. So the zebras I'm talking about in the background there, it's quite a nice open space. Should these lionesses just crouch in that grass, those zebras will not see them. Early morning risers, ballooners also in the air, and hopefully if their balloon will take that path close to those lionesses, they'll have the chance to see them. Well, I'm still going to remain here with them as we take you to another location.
Good morning and welcome to And Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. As you can see, we have found some beautiful rhino this morning, a mother with her calf. It's a stunning day here, nice and sunny, not much of a breeze in the air. My name is Kim, and behind the camera we have Craig, and we will be with you this morning. So we've actually been looking for some lion or some cheetah, but we were lucky enough to come across this mother and her calf. Now, just based on the size of the calf, if you look, it's just below the top of her sort of back hip. I mean, just below, the top of her back hip. And then if you look at the horn, just as we talk about that, it goes and hides behind its mother. But its second horn is actually just starting to appear. It's got a tiny little bump there, and that generally happens when they're about a year old. So this one is probably just a bit less than a year, around a year old. And you can see that fork-tailed drongo that's just gone into the tree behind it, or in front of it, and there it flies. And what that very clever bird is doing is it's following these rhino as they walk through the grass, because they're scaring up a whole lot of insects, mainly grasshoppers, and it's hoping to catch them as they disturb the grass. There's the calf as it goes off. Maybe we can see that little bump of a horn. Yeah, just starting to wake up. It's quite wonderful to see rhino first thing in the morning, because compared to other animals, they do actually sometimes sleep in a little bit. So sometimes you see them getting up and starting to feed like this a little bit later than our other animals. You know, most animals, as the sun rises, you see them wake up and start to move around. You can see a few drongos following them. And we've got a red-billed oxpecker on the back of the mother as well. You can see the mother also has quite a bit of mud on her, on the side. So she was obviously mud wallowing yesterday. And I'm sure you know this, what that serves to do is just sun protection and also protection from parasites. So the myth, a lot of people think that the ticks get caked in that mud, and then when they rub off on a tree, that the ticks leave that way. And it's actually, that's not the case. It's more a sort of friction, the friction that's generated from it. It's like a body scrub. So they get this lovely, granule mud on the side, and as they scrape it and rub it against a tree, that friction pulls off any ticks, and that's how they get rid of them. It's funny that the calf, there's no mud on it, so obviously it wasn't mud dwelling while the mother was. It's so beautiful to see these animals first thing in the morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to carry on heading into an area where there was cheetah seen yesterday, and hopefully we have some luck this morning.
Good morning and welcome to this end of the sunrise safari. I nearly made a very loud noise there, and then I remembered that it's not a good idea to make a very loud noise when you are in the presence of the world's largest land mammal, that being the elephant. My name is James Henry.
Chris, come in.
Hello. We've got Niels on camera today. Let's see your thumbnails. There it is. Marvellous. And we've got a lovely herd of elephants here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Lowveld of South Africa, roughly 400 metres above sea level. And the relevance of that, of course, is that it affects the temperature of the area very much, and we're into that really kind of expectant time before the rains, when everything looks dry and desiccated and the heat is very extreme in the midday. And how on earth an elephant can derive nutrition from the Dicastacus cinerea bushes that they're eating now, well, it's a marvel of biology. They're eating sickle bush, which they quite favour, and in fact, when you don't have elephants, the sickle bush tends to take over. Well, Megan, that is wonderful. I'm very pleased that you love some ellies in your morning. I love me some ellies in my morning as well. So we have that in common. I'll take gillies any time, really. Everything is pretty quiet out here. In terms of predators, I did check the hyena den a little bit earlier. There were no hyenas there. We'll probably sit here for a little while, see what's going on. There are some lion tracks in the area, but we'll enjoy the elephants for a bit longer.
So we've managed to get a slightly better view of him. He finished whatever it was he had back there and walked over to a large tree and picked up another piece of this carcass. Now, by looking at that leg that he's chewing on, I saw the little hoof at the end and the color of the fur that was still left there. And it looks like it could have been a duiker antelope. Now, when he walked over to this spot, it didn't look like his belly was that full. So I'm almost thinking he could have stolen this piece of duiker. Here you can see it's almost like a grayish brown fur if you look on the leg that he's chewing on, just on the left-hand side there. But leopards often scavenge. They're really opportunistic, so they'll catch pretty much anything. I've seen them eating insects, small mammals, birds, and then they'll scavenge if they can. If there's something hanging in a tree and there's no sign of another leopard, they'll definitely try and take it. Nice little morning snack for him. I remember earlier I mentioned that this was a young male leopard, and how I know that is because him and his mother and his sister, they frequent this area, and also you can tell that it's a young animal by looking at that nose. So you can see it quite clearly now. The younger animals generally have pink noses, so it's the same with leopards and lions. And as they age, that nose will turn completely black. Then also we look at the spot pattern. I missed the name there, but is this the Makoti or the Shitsalala young male? This is the Shitsalala young male. So if we have a close look there, you'll notice that he's got 3 spots on the one side and then 3 spots on the other side as well, both left and right, just above where the whiskers start. And the Makoti male is slightly older compared to this male. But he's growing really, really quickly. Compared to his sister, he is much larger. I haven't seen his sister in quite some time though. We have been seeing him catching a lot of things by himself though. So maybe a week ago when they had him, one of the rangers saw him catching a genet, which is quite something. You can hear him crushing the bone there. So he's almost a year and a half old, and generally they'll stay with their mothers for about 18 to 24 months, after which she'll kind of kick them out and they have to fend for themselves. So he's close to that age now where he's going to have to go off by himself. And I think he's more than capable of looking after himself already. What a beautiful cat. We're going to stay with him for a little while longer. and just see what unfolds here.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Here at Chioma Private Game Reserve, we're now sitting with this herd of buffaloes, showing very much of a happiness since the light is already up for them. And looks like this is how they're going to be mobile around here for a feed. And I'm Andrew on camera. It's BK. So we're lucky with finding these buffaloes just across the road for us, which is, it's very good just to see how they do it. And it looks like a whole bunch of them. And many of them already did that. And then this is probably, they will continue to do that just because of the water. So this has happened sometimes. We're almost at the end of the herd, where it could happen that those weaker cannot keep up with the herd. They already have a security bunch of males, which he will stuck with them at the back for safety. And already, as you can see, these already far from us, already far from the road. But they always, so many of them like this, they need a little water daily basis, which means they will visit a few water hole, drink. But as they occupy water hole, if it's not good enough or not big enough, more likely that water hole going to be mud immediately. So they need to move, find another water, since there's so many of them, just to make sure everybody has a good drink. Well, this is so far from where we're actually on the west, Zimbabwe right now, and it's far from where we left the bride yesterday, and nobody find them this morning. And to me, it looked like they're going to head south. I think that's what also the guy says, that the track's leading south. And I doubt they actually reached this far, close to this buffalo around here. And, I'm going to slowly move forward, probably see more of them there. And just to see how they finally cross all of them. It'll be really cool. A herd like this, still very good that the grass is still available for them. But for them to eat grass is very dry, and they need to feed also, but dilute with water, since the grass is not green really yet. So I'm just going to take another moment here. If they cross, then we're just going to leave them.
We've got quite an interesting little situation here with the youngster behind that elephant, the big cow that we're looking at, trying to suckle. And he's making little groaning noises, and if she doesn't let him suckle, he'll probably start squealing and make this horrific screaming sound that makes you think the world is coming to an end. I think he's managed to latch on now. No, he hasn't. He's getting a bit big to be suckling. Well, certainly not suckling full time. Although his mum is clearly lactating, you can see that. Just give him a second. There we go. His mother is triple tasking. She's having a dump, trying to tug off a piece of Dicrostachys and feeding her baby at the same time. It's most impressive. I think she might be slightly constipated. The tail is being held at an angle that suggests disquiet in the bowels. Oh, it's back again. Maybe she's all right. Oh. No, it's just a trunk. Sorry. I thought that there was another youngster lying down, but there isn't. It'd be a hell of a place to lie down. Very peaceful group of elephants. Now, rumour had it that the Nkuhuma Pride was in this particular area. rumour being spread by their tracks on the road. I am not convinced myself, not because the tracks are lying, but because that's very close to where they were yesterday, and if they moved last night, unless they killed, I can't believe they'd be this close by. But maybe they killed something somewhere around here. We shall have a look a little bit later, once we have satisfied or satiated our need for elephants. Stiff northwest wind coming up. And I don't know how many of you were watching this time last year, but I said that I thought it was very windy in comparison with years previously this time last year. And weather recorders and weather stations indicated that that was in fact the case, that it was getting windier here. That's what started to happen at this time of the year, is that once the sun comes up, the wind starts to pump. Dizzy, I don't think you can really make that comparison. You know, we used to say that 7 dog years made up a human year, and all that's doing is basically taking the benchmark as the average human lifespan of roughly 70 years. And so a dog that was 10 human years old was 70 dog years old. But of course, I suppose for a dog that's roughly correct if we're using humans as a benchmark. And the same degree of aging for elephants is probably very similar as it is for humans. So for elephants, it would be a 1-to-1 thing. So if humans are the benchmark, then 1-to-1, or humans are the reference point, not the benchmark. If humans are the reference point, the elephant lifespan is roughly similar to a human's lifespan, although a human being is potentially much more long-lived than an elephant. So let's call it 9 months, 9 human months to an elephant year. And they have now very neatly ended our sighting by walking off into the sticks, and we shall continue on to see if we can find the Nguhuma Pride. Until then, bye-bye.
Very warm welcome to everybody. Nice chilly morning that we've got here, 9 degrees Celsius, 49 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have just stumbled along 2 male cheetah. We're just going to sneak past this bush to get a nice view of these 2 males. And what amazing light we have now to see these cats. Oh, look at this. Is that a painting from my dreams? Oh my word, how incredible. We're just making our way out west. It's a bit windy today, so we're going to change tactics and look for all the smaller things, look for a few tracks here and there. And on the way, oh, a little bit of play there. It looks like they're going to a specific point that we know of. Male cheetah are very, very territorial, and they're heading to a pan that's just to our southwestern corner over here. And by behavior, they're more than likely going to go mark at a specific tree that they use every single time that they come through this route. These boys cover a route or a territory of about 40-50 kilometers, and every few days they use the same route. Let's move up just a little bit through these bushes here, obviously keeping our distance from them, just giving them respect. That's obviously very, very important. I hope everybody's great and having a fantastic weekend. I've missed everybody. A question there, are they hunting? You can see from the body language that these cats are just moving from point A to point B. If these animals were hunting, their body posture would be it would be very different. They would be low. They would be trying to be remaining concealed behind bushes. So they're more than likely just patrolling, remarking, freshening scent marks. Oh, look at that tail up. He just scent marked on that tree. So male cheetah will demarcate their territories via urine and as well as dung. And cheetah have very specific points within their territory that they mark every single time. And when we get around this corner, I'll show you exactly how long a specific point can be used for. How beautiful. All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to sneak around these bushes. We're going to end up on another road and then we're going to end up at this dam. Hopefully they go there for a drink. So everybody's hold on. How beautiful is the light? Oh my word.
Well, we just drove down the road and there was a lion, covered in blood. I'm assuming a member of the Nkuhuma pride. They definitely killed, I think, probably relatively recently. They're not more than 200 meters from where the elephants are. And I say they, this is the only lion we've seen so far. But you can see covered in the viscera of an unfortunate prey species. There was obviously a big fight. Now, whether she's looking for the rest of the pride, I don't know, but I think we'll just follow her rather than try to second guess them. No, hang on a second. There we go. She looks to me like she's heading towards the water at Twin Dams. But you can see that she's unsure. And I don't see tracks of any other lions right here. Just here going. Very cool. Just watching to see if anything else comes out the bushes. This is quite strange. Simply because she's obviously been at a kill. And I don't know why she would have left it. Unless it was to go and fetch cubs, maybe? All right, let's follow her. Let's see where she goes. Well, we'll continue and see if she's got anything to show us other than her bloodied visage.
Just an amazing morning we had so far, and right here we have like big eagles, two wallback eagles. These are summer breeding visitors. So, apart from other eagles, why these are our old? So you're looking at that round head, and like back and like that beautiful of
Stop using your microphone.
sort of Rufus on his head, and each leg of a little bit like below them, you see this net.
Now we have some vultures here. We have the Rupert griffon vulture. These vultures, they're not seated here because waiting here because they have a meal. The reason why they're here is because they are warming up. It rained last night, so their feathers are soaking wet. So before the vultures fly off after the rains, they have to warm up and dry off so that they can be light enough to soar up in the air. And before the thermals come up, they use the thermals to soar up in the air. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth, and on your YouTube comment section at FC, kids, questions at wildearth.tv. These vultures are unique kind of creatures such that they play a vital role in this ecosystem. If you're not for vultures, we'll have had lots of diseases and problems arising from the carcasses that are left behind after the scavengers and the predators have devoured or killed those prey. Now, we have what we call pecking order. We have the biggest vulture, which we call the Leopard-faced vulture or the Nubian vulture, which is the one that arrives first on a carcass, and then second by the Rupert griffon, the African white-backed vulture, and then the rest of the vulture, followed by the last one on a carcass called the hooded vulture. Now, because of that, when the problem arises, you find that in most places, farmers have killed lots of vultures. This problem has arisen because, like in the Greater Mara, we don't have a fence. Sometimes the predators become opportunistic and they walk into the neighboring villages. In that case, they end up killing cattle. And because of that, the carcasses are poisoned. And when they're poisoned, these vultures are the first ones to fall victim, and hyenas. So the vultures are rendered to be vulnerable and almost endangered because of the numbers going down. In other places like India, you find that this number of vultures went down and became a big problem. So when you find vultures out here in the wild, I get so happy because I know that if they control the diseases. Vultures have a very strong stomach such that they can also digest anthrax. As we wait here, let's see what we found out next.
What a fantastic morning. How lucky are we? Mother Nature is just unfolding in front of us. These two boys are very active, typical behavior of male cheetah. Males form coalitions. Not all the time. You do have males being solitary or adopting a solitary form of life. But you do have these males joining up and forming this very strong bonded relationship with each other for a very long time, their entire lives. You can have 2 up to 4 males forming these strong bonded groups. And what these males are doing now is just moving around and scent marking. The one brother was actually scent marking on top of the social weaver nest that has fallen. You can see the one brother was rubbing his neck on the side of that social weaver nest, just depositing Oh my gosh. Just give me 1 second, guys. Just want to get ourselves into a better position here. This is incredible. You don't get to see this very often. Oh, it's a little bit branchy. It's a little bit branchy, but there is a cheetah in the tree on top of a social weaver nest. I think the father might have been a leopard. So this is typical of cheetah in the Kalahari, where they will get onto these magnificent structures and actually scent mark and deposit urine and dung on top of these nests. And it's a very, very clever tactic, because the higher that scent is, the further that unique chemical signature is going to travel, and the more other individuals will pick up that scent. Using your senses, especially your nose, is a very important tool in the bush. And it plays a very important role, especially for one's ID. Okay, he was graceful getting up. Let's see how he gets down. Oh my word. Incredible, incredible. And we spoke the other day about just having this blank canvas every morning. My heart is pounding in my throat. I can feel it. Really, really lucky. But what a magnificent, magnificent animal. Look at that elongated hind leg, that thick tail. That was really cool. And how amazing that we got to see that together. That for me is the most special thing about being a guide, is understanding and appreciating wildlife and the diversity that this big, beautiful blue planet has, but then enjoying it with people. I mean, I can freak out by myself, but freaking out with you guys is so much better. So definitely just moving around, recent marking. If they were hunting, back to that question, you see that the body posture would be a lot more different. Emily, how often do cheetahs climb trees? Depends if their father was a leopard. I'm only joking. It's with males like us being territorial, it is quite common within this area. They would climb up into trees like that to get a high point to deposit their scent. They would go onto rocky outcrops. I've viewed that quite a lot, them going onto rocky outcrops and depositing scent. But climbing up into a tree like it is for that specific purpose, or to get an advantage point if they were actually hunting. To get up onto that spot, you can see a little bit further as well. So really incredible behavior to see. So what we can do is we can turn the vehicle around and we're just going to scoot around this bush and see where they're going, what they're doing. Oh. But what an amazing sight. David has been asking for that the past few days. When are we going to see these cheetah on top of a nest? And that had happened.
So we unfortunately had to leave that young male leopard for other vehicles to also come and view it. And just around the corner, we managed to find a young giraffe and its mother. So on screen you can see the youngster. Still quite small, and if you look at the head, you'll notice that those two little horns on the head, or the ossicones, are quite fluffy at the tips. You usually see that with the babies. Very, very cute. Now those little horns, you can imagine it would be quite uncomfortable for the mother if those horns were like that when she was giving birth. So when giving birth, those horns are actually, or at birth, they're not attached to the skull. So they'll come out and it'll pop up, and it's actually cartilage then. And then only later on it'll ossify and it will attach to the skull. It's pretty much just bone covered in skin. If we go over to the left here, the mom is just staring at us. She's found a nice knobthorn tree that she started feeding on, but there aren't too many leaves there. Most of these knobthorns only start shooting leaves now, late September, start of October. Look at that. Now notice her long eyelashes as well. So when she's feeding, especially on something like a knobthorn that she's interested in there, when she pushes her head into the bush, you know, those eyelashes actually act as I guess you could say, a sensory organ. So protecting her eyes from the spines and the thorns. She's really giving us a bit of a stare down here. Now, if we look at the horns of this female, you'll notice that she's got quite fluffy tips to the horns as well. Whereas if it was a male, they lose the hair at the tips of the horns because they fight. Oh, she's moving closer to the tree again. Let's see. You can see there's a little oxpecker on her back. She's actually got quite a few oxpeckers riding on her neck and her back. Andreas, those long eyelashes suggest it's a female. Well, maybe in humans, but not in giraffes. The males and the females both have long eyelashes. Like I said, it actually serves a purpose. You know, it protects their eyes when they're feeding on something like this knobthorn here. But that's also why they have those long tongues. You know, those tongues are about 45 centimeters long. So that helps them so they don't have to push their heads into those thorny bushes. So they can just bring the tongue out, wrap it around a branch and strip the leaves off. She's not taking her eyes off us. Very curious. You can see the tongue. She's not too sure what to make of us. And giraffes, when they spot predators, you often see them just staring into the distance. A lot of the times we can't see what they're looking at because they're obviously so tall, so they look down into the grass. And we often respond to that. So if we see a giraffe staring somewhere, we'll go have a look. And then sometimes we find predators. And when we're walking around here, the giraffes will do exactly the same thing with us. So they'll stop and they'll just stare at you. And if you disappear behind a bush, then quite often they'll actually follow you. They don't want to lose sight of a predator, so it could potentially surprise them or sneak up on them.
Well, there is the rest of the pride. They are lying here in various states of corpulent repose after a thoroughly good meal sometime last night, and I think obviously the one that we found was a straggler eating up the last of the kill. And if there was a male with them yesterday, there wasn't there, Niels?
Yeah.
I suspect that he is probably still with whatever was killed. The rest of them have come to have a drink, and I count 15 in all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, maybe 15. Yes, 15. 15 lions in a satisfied Saturday morning snooze. Some of them are having a drink, some of them are having a clean, most of them are doing nothing at all. And I suspect that's what they will be doing for most of the rest of the day. They'll probably just move to find some shade and also, no doubt, relieve themselves after yesterday's meal. And unlike us, they won't be affected by the satanic odour that will come off whatever they produce. Nice to see them all again. I feel like I'm meeting them for the first time almost. Hello, Nail. Is that your name? Nail? As in... nail? As in something you would hammer two pieces of wood together with. Nail, there is no definite number of males within a pride, except to say, I suppose that the answer is really normally 0. Males don't strictly form part of the pride. They are extra to the pride. The pride lives in a territory, and the male's territory will encompass 1, 2, or 3 pride territories, sometimes even 4. And so these chaps are in the domain of the Avoca male coalition, and those Avocas have got 2 prides in their territory, the Nkuhumas and the Talamatis. Although word on the street is that their position as predominant males of the area seems to be under threat from various interlopers. There are a couple of young males in this pride, and in fact one of them with its head up is just starting to get that rather unattractive pubescent bit of fluff around the neck. That one there, Niels, the kind of furthest one straight ahead of us. Keep going left. Left, 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 left. There, the furthest one there. There you can just see the beard starting. RS Ranger, they don't have to eat more than once a day, but again, it is very much dependent on what they kill. So if they eat a scrub hare, well, then they're going to be hungry again in about 20 seconds. But if they've got a buffalo to eat, then it'll take a while for them to get hungry again. It'll last them a week. And I think, given the amount of blood on their faces, that whatever they killed last night was roughly the size, I would say, of a kudu. They're not very fat, but they're quite full and they're covered in blood. So somewhere between an impala and a kudu, or waterbuck or something like that, I think they're probably devoured. And that'll last them a couple of days. But if something comes past here and they're feeling peckish, they'll try and smash it. Good. Well, this is very satisfying. We'll probably sit here for quite a lot longer and see what they do.
Beautiful. So, yeah, I thought I'm gonna roll and leave and forget about this herd of buffalo, but as I was trying to roll down, and then this, a young buffalo is left behind. But the mother, interesting things that the mother's still around also, and the rest of the herd turn around and just to investigate what's the problem. I think it's been left behind for quite a while. By looks like it, probably it's limpy. And that's why it's not actually always within the herd. But they're well taking care of each other, and that's why the rest of the herd finally turn around and walk back across the road again, and I've seen them come back in and out of this place. And then this is, how sometimes they become vulnerable if it's the carnivore species here trying to hunt them. This will be one of the animal that will be actually able to be killed first. Even the mother's close by, but if there's a bunch of lions come in, she won't actually fight them. Unless the whole herd, because they're not far away. It's got to be, maybe she has to make a lot of noise, distress, since it's painful to die. She wanted to move, but looks like probably the back leg broken or something happened there. Oxpecker sitting, red-billed oxpecker sitting on top of this little animal, trying to feed Ellie as much as they could. Whatever the mission they were taking, I think it's going to be delayed since one individual animal is sick within the group here. So this is one of the things that when you cooperate, social, like elephants, like buffalo, take care of one another. You can see the leg there, looks like it's the growth, as you can see in there. I think that's what the problem. But yeah, it should be fine, because this herd, I think they're all just going to wander around here. Yeah, it moves now towards the mother. But yeah, that's serious limp there. So I didn't want to go between the mother. Last time the mother was on the side of the road and the young one was kind of separate. True, and I understand it's sad. But now what I'm now happy about is that the mother now able to wait enough and then get the baby able to move together towards the whole herd. And now I'm also happy I was able to move forward. Happy that nothing was about to happen here. The water is a serious issue. They have to drink quite often. So you see the rest of the herd will push to drink, and they'll always, since it's a big herd, doesn't matter how far water is. They'll probably won't go down to drink, and those, half of them will stay within this area just to secrete this young one. And they were able to take turn. Those are having drink, because not only mother will take care of this baby, everybody in the group for safety, and they have to make sure everybody's okay. So as you can see here, the young one disappeared right in front of us, following the rest of the herd. I'm going to move, that way. That's where the whole herd is, I think. Buffalo, they are serious fighter. They can stand, fighting for their rights of survival until they win. So they're not easy animal to die.
Copy. Good morning. We have found a nice sunny spot, and we have decided that this is where we're going to enjoy the beautiful warmth of the sun. You can see the one brother in frame there, that eyes are slightly closed, but just like the mother cheetah that we've been viewing with those 3 little cubs, their senses are finely tuned into this environment. So their eyes might be closed, but hearing is kept to a high degree, and obviously that very acute sense of smell. Really, really beautiful. You can see how close these two are. Bonded quite close. To break these two or split them is quite a difficult task. They are literally joined at the hip. We have seen these two boys where they have been split from other predators, and to find each other they will call vigorously, continuously, until they locate one another. Really amazing. The bond like this is really strong. This bond will last throughout their lives. And being in a bond like this here, good morning. Oh, got angry eyes. being in a bond like this and groups like this of males is a very efficient way in how these individuals will hold territories and defend these territories from other males. A territory for yourself is everything. Not only access to food, good food, but then also access to females. And if you think about the driving processes, nothing is more important than that of feeding and that of reproducing, sighing, and obviously allowing your genes to be in that very, very diverse pool. And that's what Swal is trying to achieve here with these beautiful animals, is genetic diversity. These animals went through a massive bottleneck way back, and keeping bloodlines apart, is very, very important. So having these two boys here, and obviously all the females that come into this area, is a very important action for the stimulation or the healthy genetics of the pool itself. Very healthy population, and if you look at it worldwide, about 7,500 individuals. So a lot of pressures applied, obviously, from farming. If you take a look at Southern Africa itself, unfortunately, farming, it's a big negative on large carnivores like this. So protected areas are very important to ensure species like this. So at a relaxed position like this, you can see they're keeping a very low profile. And if anything comes to or from the water, that's when these boys will go into action mode. You'll see the body language totally change. Here they are just very relaxed. Very relaxed at this point. I think anybody can do with a nice bit of breakfast in the sun. What an amazing sight we are having here. We hope everybody's warm. We've got about 9 degrees here, 49 degrees Celsius, so fairly chilly. I'm not one for the cold. I'm a summer boy through and through.
Here we have got the pride from a different angle. We've got more stable signal where we are now. Ideally you want to be as low down as you can be, but low down here means zero signal. And as you can hear, no doubt, the wind is coming up. It's always a little bit stronger when you're near the water for some reason. I'm sure that the physics behind that is understandable, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, so we were just chatting while we were off air, and I think that what we have is a pride that's eaten something between the size of a nyala and a kudu. Could have been as small as a nyala, could have been as big as a kudu. And they don't look particularly full, but they look relatively satisfied. Now, I don't know how many male cubs there are anymore. I don't know how many females. Well, it would be a simple matter of subtracting one from the other, wouldn't it? If I knew how many males there were. I don't even know how to identify the lionesses in this pride anymore because, well, they're just haven't been around for so long. But I've seen at least 4 young males, and I'll try and pick them out for you. There's one you're looking at now, and then if you look to the right of that, there's a bigger one under the bush. That chap there, yeah, it's him. And then this one closest to us as well is a male, and we know that from the fact that, well, he's got some equipment behind his tail, and I've seen another one in the same state as that. So that's 4. And then the other male we saw with a slightly scraggly beard, or very scraggly beard. So that's 5. So we've got 5 or 6 young males in this pride. And if they all leave at the same time, gosh, terrifying coalition they'll be. Well, Jolly Whiskey, if the new coalition that was in here took over, if they kicked the evokers out, I think the youngest cubs in this pride would be in a certain amount of danger. I think the youngest ones, I don't even know how old the youngest ones are now. I'm guessing that they are, weren't they February babies? January or February. So they're about 10 months old. That's still very vulnerable. So if the new coalition took over, they'd be in some distress. They just need to hang on for another, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. And then they'd be much safer. But I've seen coalitions of males kill even 2-year-olds. So this is really not a good time for a new coalition to come in if you happen to be a youngster. When the Birmingham boys took over, they killed a number of lionesses who were just below mating age, just not quite ready to mate yet, and they killed a few of them. I forget how many exactly. The evokers just wandered in here. They didn't kill anything. Wandered in here, took over the territory by default, made babies. Hopefully they'll be able to hold on to it for a bit longer, simply for the sake of these cubs, not necessarily for the sake of the evokers. Well, we're in the right place for air conditioning here, Niels. We'll sit here in this driving wind and you head off to someone else.
Beautiful. So we have to leave the herd of buffaloes, come down to one of these pen here. You know, find these, it looks like a female hyena lying inside the water. And for hyena to do that, it's quite common. Same to also wild dog. You find hyena, wild dogs come in contact with water and get out, or sometimes sleep for a while and move out of there. So same to the dogs, I mean same to the hyena. When they want to, it's not actually very hot now, but they're still, you know, happy to be found in the water like this, for them to be able to cool off. And then this probably happened during a hunt, get exhausted, since it was a very long night for this animal. The hyenas live in clan, in a group, and for them to be able to separate apart like this is due to the hunt, where 2 of them or one single herself, or then away from the whole clan. It's kind of looking funny ear there, floppy ear. Don't know if I have ever met this particular hyena right in front of us, but she's looking at us. I don't know what could be, maybe something behind the eyes, or, but they're very good hearing anyway. She would. Oh, that's really cool. Thanks so much for everyone for knowing which one could be. So then, looks like she moved far from there to get this far west. This is all about hunting. But of course, for hyena, they form such a big clan, where once this clan comes big enough, maybe 30 animals in that, all separate in few groups, but occupy such a big area. And so that they don't really have to be together for all the time. Remember, the females are the only one occupy the mound for a denning, and also taking care of their young one. And most of their time, no males allowed close by. If it does happen, then you'll see they're not happy with that. And the male always has to step aside or move far from that den. And they only meet up there when they forage, hunt, help each other, able to corner whatever they can. Weak animals, they go for in some area where there's a lot of bunch of hyena. Sorry, Gwen, you want to come again with a question? I copied the name, but I couldn't copy the question. Oh, well, sorry. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show. So, I finally copied your questions. So you want to know how many types of hyenas are in this area. So we're in a Greater Kruger National Park Western Sector, which is sub-cent. Here we only have a lot of time, this type of hyena, which is a spotted hyena we're looking at right now. They are the one that we often find. I never seen either wolf or brown hyena around here. And remember those one, brown hyena, they more likely find them, search for, around a mound for possibly termites and things like that. And yeah, that's what they will go around for. But, here we mainly find the spotted hyena. This is the only hyena for us it's common to see every time we talk about, spotted hyena, crocata, which is a scientific name. And then, of course, it's got to be this type of hyena. But, shape is quite similar. Also brown hyena, they have lower back, but big shoulder. And same to these species. Also, there's the same things. They have a lower back and then a high shoulder. The reason for that, they are capable of stealing and also, carrying a heavy load back to the den. So this animal, a lot of time you see them dragging carcass back to the den, and which not a lot of animal does that. You see leopard go hunt, kill, and then possible get the baby back to the kill lines, same. But with the hyena, they hunt. A lot of time they bring bone or skin into the den. So for that, they have to carry it for such a miles away. Sometimes not even one relax or take it easy until they reach the destiny of a home. See, she's also looking at us again. Probably heard something that she's not sure about. We'll leave this hyena, look around, probably something else around, we're not sure.
It's interesting to see an interaction of hyenas and elephants, because I'm not sure whether the hyenas understand elephants or elephants understand hyenas. And like the hyena with Andrew, I remember seeing the North clan that we have here in the Mara Triangle that were trying to hunt a baby elephant. And for the first time, I saw a male coming in to help the females deal with the hyenas. But a very huge bull here, and I'm just admiring how he's pulling grass from the ground. Look at his trunk. And an elephant trunk is just like an extended upper lip of his mouth, which they'll always use as a hand, like the primates would use their hands to grasp, pull, things towards their mouth. Turn around the other way. Elephant. But actually wanted to see, or what I wanted to see was the trunk more than anything else. I don't want the backside. It's a huge bull. And bulls will always be on their own in general, and especially the very old ones. Animal lover, how big can elephants' ears get? That's an interesting question. But unlike the tusk of elephants that keep growing all their life, animal lover, the ears, I think, at one point will stop growing. And unless we very quickly do a calculation and get the arithmetics of the circumference, and as far as the elephant's ears are not round, I'll give it what, about 5 square feet, just roughly, animal lover? But the ears, I'm sure, animal lover, you know how important they are to the elephant, that I haven't seen an elephant survive without the ears. We get elephants having lost tusks. We've seen elephants having maybe losing part of their trunks. We have seen elephants maybe being hurt or losing a foot, like baby Jasiri. I'm sure animal lover, you have been watching baby Jasiri. But I think I haven't seen a surviving elephant with not only 2 ears, but 1 ear. I haven't seen one. You can see all those veins there. Very good job, Bungay. All the cooling of an elephant is done in the ears. See the veins, so the blood or the heart will pump lots of blood in that particular area. And the bigger the ears, I would say, the better, the bigger the surface area, and the better the cooling. Because looking at the hide of an elephant, you can see how rugged it is. It's also very, very thick. I wouldn't think the skin or the hide would help them to contain the body temperatures. Look at that. The ears are quite delicate. And you'll always see when elephants get hurt in the thicket or in the brushes, is always on the ears. Karen, you're asking the lactation of the cows, of the elephants. In general, they lactate for about 2 years, because at about 8 months, 6 months, the cows will know what to do with their trunks and what to eat. But again, Karen, depending from one individual to another, we have seen also cows that will lactate even for 5, 6, and at times 10 years. But the average is always 2 to 4 years of lactation. Now you look at the tail and you see the hair there, or the fur there. It is very hard. They're just like bristles. They're like wires. Way back, people used to make some bracelets with them, but the bristles there, or the fur that you see there, is like a metal brush. It is very hard. From the village I come from, people used to make fly whisk long time ago from different animals, but I didn't see any from an elephant. I would have been sad today because elephants are my favorite animals, but you'd see so many fly whisks from zebras, wildebeests, but not from the elephants. I mean, they're tough. You don't even want it near you because it can easily hurt you. They're like pieces of thin cables. You can just hear him pull the grass from the ground. And you can't even hear them when they walk. They've got very padded feet. And having seen earlier the 2 girls from the Uluru Pride, I want to now go look for the usual Pride that I've been seeing almost every other day at the River Pride, as we take you to another colleague of mine.
also be keen to find out what happens with the river pride. Now, back here we have a group of eland. They're grazing softly and walking away. Very shy antelopes. You can see on the outer part, you can see that big guy. Eland bulls, when they age, they tend to be gray in color. So elands are mixed. They browse and they graze. So when there's not foliage on the leaves of branches in trees, they can graze. Now, mixed herd of like this happen most of the time, but you find that when females are almost giving birth, they separate themselves in forming what we call the nursery herd. But always you find that there's a dominant bull that always accompany this kind of herds. Elands are not territorial. They form what you call home ranges. A big, fully grown male eland can weigh up to a ton, or sometimes even 900 kilos. With that kind of weight, elands can jump over 6 feet. I'm 6 feet tall, so you can imagine how high an eland can jump. Now you find that when they're mixing like this, the bulls are always respected. Sometimes fight come in. You find big bulls fighting other bulls in favor of the females. But when there's a lower ranking male within this kind of herd, they always admit to the big bulls. Also, females do fight sometimes, but their fights are not as fatal as compared to the bulls. Both male and female have horns. Unlike other smaller species like the impala, you find that the males have horns and the females don't have horns. They're very shy antelopes and also very, very fast. When they're grazing this together, you find that this kind of mixed herd, you find it becomes very, very interesting to watch as they look over for predators. So, for example, if the wildebeest down there snort or give an alarm call, they'll definitely alert the elands. So as they walk around there, they cover a big, wide range. They're known to travel even over kilometers to find water. I remember when I was growing up, one day I was herding cattle, and then I happened to trample elands. I was so shocked because how high I saw them jumping up. I never knew that they could jump, but later on when I became a guide, I learned that elands can jump over 6 feet. So nice when you see elands, because you don't always come and see them. Thank you for your comment. Yes, in comparison to the size, the wildebeest look like miniatures. So we can see that they're walking far because they were close to the vehicle when we stopped here. Because of them being shy, they've decided to walk for safety. Of course, there's safety in numbers, but elands are known to be very shy antelopes. In some farms, you'll find that people farm elands because of how big they can be in terms of when they want to breed them. Look at those wildebeest. They're grazing softly. We can hear some hyenas calling over in the distance. I think maybe that's a contact call. Oh, there's an impala there. That's a ram impala. He's been kicked out. He's formed his own territory. Or maybe he wants to establish his own territory where he can welcome some females in the territory. But you find that when impalas are ousted out of their herds or their harems, they become solo. And most of the time you find that leopard kills are consisting of impalas. These impalas, sometimes when they're by themselves, they fall prey to those kind of predators. So this guy will have to wait until the next season where he'll try at least to go and conquer a ram in a in a harem. Now as we wait here, let's see what the zebras will do, because we can see some other zebras approaching this sighting.
Snuggle weather this is. Look how relaxed they are. I looked back at Dave and asked him if he wanted to snuggle. He just gave me a very, very ugly face, so I'm not going to try. But very relaxed and relaxing within the core part of their territory, these two boys at the moment. With Cheetah, their territory can be anywhere from 30 to 80 square kilometers. It's very, very large, and what we saw earlier, using that urine, which is unique to these individuals, would be a very efficient way to deter other males and avoid conflict. We spoke about conflict. These animals don't want to engage in conflict. They want to avoid it at all costs. Females, they've got home ranges, so territories are actively defended. Home ranges, where females would be active, they just roam through these very vast areas, and a home range of a female can be 5 times larger than that of a male, and that's also depending on prey availability. So if there's less prey, that territory could be even larger, but if the prey density is quite high, it can be a bit smaller. And these males taking it easy now, they'll more than likely relax here for the next couple of hours, and only late afternoon become mobile. But they definitely enjoying the warmth of the sun, and we've got quite strong winds pushing up from the south. There's quite a big system pushing in from Cape Town, and this is where we're experiencing this cold snap. So when these systems are quite large, we feel the effects here, and you can see the clouds. Jessica, when do male cheetahs leave their mothers? They would leave anywhere around 17 to 18 months. They start independently hunting at about 12 months. 15 months, they really start grasping this invaluable skill. And from there, they'll actually be driven off from the mother at about 18 months. It can vary, give or take, depending where you are. It might slightly vary. It's like, as we've spoken about, it's not written in a book. It's just kind of a rough ballpark. So anywhere from 17 to 18 months, this is where these cheetah will break off. They'll live a nomadic life for the first couple of years until they're big enough and strong enough to actually take over a territory from another individual. The individual could be weak. It could be a single individual, whereas these two boys would be a stronger force to dominate and remove a single individual out of territory. And it's really amazing the bond and how strong this bond is between these two boys. And this would have been from birth, as strong as it is now. I mean, they are laying almost right next to each other. And that's really efficient. You watch my back, I'll watch yours. You can see the one in picture there is just absolutely out, and the brother's still keeping a watchful eye. But how incredible. What a fantastic way to start the morning. Really, really special. If you look at the one on the left, the one that's got his head up, very defining feature. He's got a little mark on his nose. So a little feature that we can use to ID them. Also, when they get a bit older, they get a few scratches and scars. Also a very efficient way to ID different individuals. With Tswali, we've got a very healthy population of cheetah, over 30. So having these little clues is very important. Anna-Marie, would these two boys accept another male into the coalition? Very unlikely. I wouldn't say totally impossible, let me say that, sorry. It's that these boys are very, very close, and another individual is going to be seen as a threat, so they'll drive that individual off. A territory is defended vigorously against all intruders, so not a very high chance that it'll just adopt and take in another male. Maybe if they were younger, Yes, where they were still trying to find their place within this vast ecosystem. That would be a higher chance that they would adopt another male into their coalition to make it a more stronger dominating force. But as established as they are now, highly unlikely. I think they're going to move a little bit. They'll go tuck up underneath a bush maybe and just get away from that wind, because it is a little bit of effect on them as well, especially for the hearing of animals.
An incredible this hundreds and hundreds of these tiny seed eaters here, the red-billed famous quillias, feeding on grass. One of my favorite bird species, just from how they feed and how they go out, like, in such big flocks. I just like listening to their sound. It's a big flock here. So one of the things that I really love about these birds is the role that they play within our ecosystem. So if you look how all of them, they're just like going down in the floor looking for seed. This actually acts as like, a bush engineering or sort of control of seed of the grass, not to overpopulate or have lots of grass growing in one area, because them feeding on all of this grass. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I don't think I've seen so many birds in one place like we are seeing right now. It's amazing how all of them on the ground feeding. Hence the name red-billed quillia. If you look on their beak, it's slightly red, not fully red, but yeah, you can see where the name comes from. This in the afternoon with a beautiful red sky, I tell you, it's a perfect scene. There was actually a problem at some point, especially with the people that are farming crops, because what they would do, they would get into a certain farm and feed on their crop seed, and the farmers will terminate them or somehow kill lots of this species of bird. And later on, obviously our government, it's always good to have a government or body structure, and then they intervened, and that's why now we are seeing so many of this species. It is just amazing watching these birds doing their thing. Actually looks like bees, if you look on the screen, if you have seen a swamp. What a beautiful scene, eh? What a beautiful scene. The sound is just amazing, eh? It is amazing. I remember growing up in the village in Makulek and far north of Kruger, just outside Punda Maria Gate. We used to have a big dam where in the afternoon, when taking our livestock drinking in this dam, we see so many of these birds coming to drink water and feeding on seed. Poor Norman did not really know what what these birds were actually doing back then. But I guess now through environmental studies of our system, now I know everything, or I know more or less about these birds.
Now, you might have noticed last night we finished our sunset drive a little bit early because we had huge storms and, of course, lots of lightning and thunderstorms. And you can see what happened after all the big rains from yesterday afternoon going up to about 9 o'clock in the night. That's the road ahead of me. And under normal circumstances, when I'm here, this road is always about 6 inches. But I just want to give you an idea how the water has eroded the soil, and it could be a bit deep. And we have always to be very careful where we pass. Where I am, because the floods are coming this way, and it's eroding the soil in this particular direction. This area is much raised. But if I come this way, you just see how I'm slowly sinking and going out there. It must be very deep at this point. So this water will head in that direction, and then that tree line here that you see has what we call a lager, and then the lager is going to drain the water all the way to the big tree line there in the background, and that is the Mara River. So my guess currently now is the water levels in the Mara River will be high, and in general the Maasai Mara receives about 1,000 millimeters of rainfall. So what I want to do is to move in this direction and then to those trees, and I'm going to investigate how the soils are, how waterlogged the black cotton soil is, and possibly, if I'm lucky, I want to go and find out the girl called Romy. And I'm sure you all know Romy got 2 girls. Luckily, we always have very good vehicles, 4-wheel drives. We never get stuck, but we are always prepared in an eventuality of getting stuck. So let me hit the road and finding out how the flooding looks on that other side of the Mara. So I have to keep on this side and not that side. And I will definitely let you know, not in a long time, how the situation there is as we take you to another live location.
Welcome to the other side of the Maasai Mara, and look at what we've come across. A solo cheetah. Now this cheetah is up on a termite mound scanning the area. He is on a raised platform, on a raised area, where at least he can scan for prey. Look at how beautiful she is. I'm not sure whether it's a he or she, but just crossing my fingers to be a male. Looks like not very big, but then how beautiful the face looks like. Look at this tear marks on the face. The cheetah can see some vultures on the side. I think that's what's drawing the attention. Now, cheetahs are active during the day, and especially at the cooler times of the morning. That is when they prefer to hunt. Now, they use sight to hunt, and so when from morning to evening, they'll prefer to hunt at that time, and especially sometimes during the day. That is a good time for them to hunt because most of the predators are in. Lions and even hyenas are in for a shade and for a rest. Now, because of the cry marks or the tear marks on the face, that protects them from the sun glare as they pursue prey into the sun. Now look at how she's scanning. Very, very beautiful, concealed. You cannot actually see her from a distance. Blend in very well with the cover. So if the cheetah happens to spot prey, he'll definitely walk to their direction. Cheetahs are on the bottom of the food list or the food chain, so they prefer smaller prey. Thompson gazelles, impala, and maybe young topi, calf. Sometimes they can even go for wildebeest calf. So this cheetah looks like she definitely wants to hunt. And we stay here for a little while. We'll definitely follow her and see what she's up to. But the look of how she's scanning around tells you that she's actually looking for game, for prey. Remember, we're coming to you live. #WildEarth on your YouTube comment section at FC. Kids questions at wildearth.tv. Let's wait with this mother cheetah or father cheetah and see what he's up to.
Now, we have not moved from our lions, but I suspect that sometime in the not-too-distant future we will do so. We've tried to get some different angles, but I'm afraid the signal just doesn't allow for it. So we're sitting back on the dam wall here at Twin Dams, and the lions are lying in the shade, doing absolutely nothing. As we predicted, as soon as their particular patch of snoozy dust became a little warm from the sun, they headed off into the shade. A couple of interesting birds calling in the background. If you listen very carefully, you might just be able to hear wind. Well, there's a tree of what used to be called the fan-tailed flycatcher. There's an apellis going chook, 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 chook. I never remember the name of the fan-tailed flycatcher. I think it's the grey tit flycatcher now. Yes, grey tit flycatcher. Our ranger, there's no alpha lion in a pride of lions. The biggest lion is normally the one that eats the most and who tends to dominate when dominance is required. But in general, there's actually no dominance hierarchy. There's no strict hierarchy. Quite frequently in a pride like this, however, what you will find is that when they go off hunting at night, there is a propensity for one more to lead the others. And that certainly used to be the case when we had an old lioness in the pride. She had a great big nick out of her, I think it was left hind quarter. Anyway, she used to lead the pride off at night. Whether she actually led them during a kill or not, I'm not sure. But she was the one who kind of set the direction. So I think we'll probably press on from here now and see what else we can find. On account of the fact that these lions are doing absolutely nothing. Maybe we'll sit here for one more segment.
Welcome back to And Beyond Pinda. When last we left you, we found some rhino and we said we were going to go off to look for some cheetah, and we managed to find them. They have walked so far, let me tell you. These two males, these are the same males we saw, I think it was yesterday morning. Those two orphan males that we've come to know and love. And they have really trekked a very, very large area and ended up in the far sort of southwestern corner of our reserve. Apparently they've been moving around a bit, but as you can see, just like those lions that you were with just now, these two are also having quite a nice little rest. And found a small little mound which gives them a little bit of a vantage point, just a little bit of elevation to look around the area in front of them. Both of them, their eyes completely shut. Now, if we remember yesterday, they were a little bit starting to get on the skinny side. And looking at their bellies today, if we look at the back legs, where you can start to see the belly right there. If we zoom in there, you can see how the hip bones are starting to jut out a little bit. There's that concaved patch just in front of the hip bones. So that's how we tell that they are starting to get a little hungry. You know, you can't look at that chest area because, like we said yesterday, they've got massive lungs, massive chest. So you can't actually look at how wide the belly extends. It's more if it's concave like it is now. So they are quite hungry. I think this morning they were moving around a bit, trying to look for something to hunt, and perhaps exhausted a bit of their energy, and they're now just recuperating and resting for a bit. It's actually a really nice angle to look at their paws. So if we zoom in a bit on the paws, we can see a little bit about them. Now, in terms of aggression, you are 100% right. They are the least aggressive of all the cats. So there's nothing that I know of is there being a report of a wild cheetah attacking a human. Where, of course, there has been reports of lion and leopard. Because they are quite small in stature, they've got those tiny heads, they've got tiny teeth. If we look at the muscles on the front, they've really not got many muscles at all. They're completely built for speed, so everything is lightweight and makes them as agile as possible. That being said, they don't have much in the way of defense or in the much way of attack. They rely on speed to catch up to animals that actually use speed as well as their weapons. So like Nyala, impala, those kind of things. And then what they do is they trip them as they're running, and then they go for the throat. They've got those two large canines in the front, and that's what they use to actually get down to the throat, so they can strangle them. So yes, definitely the least aggressive, and it's because they're not built really for a fight. They're built for speed, so there's no need for them to sort of go on the offense. You know, when we look for cheetah on foot, a lot of the time, if we find tracks going into an area in between roads, we'll actually get off on foot and try and find them on foot like that. And you've got to be quite careful when you're looking for cheetah, because you actually don't want to get too close to them, because they do scare easily and they'll often run away. So we've got to track them quite slowly and carefully and try and spot them from a distance, at least a distance enough that they'll watch you rather than get up and run. So definitely the least aggressive. Now, if we're talking about their claws and their feet, I wonder, I'm just going to have a look at my binoculars here. Now we can zoom in on those feet again and have a really nice look. It's quite nice to actually see the back pad in this position. So we often see those tracks on the ground. I'm sure you've done many of the quizzes or track of this animal. You can see really nicely the difference in a cheetah track. You can see actually that back pad, how it's not sort of as rounded as a lion or leopard. It's more an oval shape, very elongated track, especially the back pad. You can see it's got quite a prominent arch by the bottom, which is distinctive of cheetah. And you can also see those claws, how they stick out. Those are used for traction when they're running, sort of like these spikes on your hockey or soccer boots. These claws are very blunt, and then they use those to grip as they run and chase after their prey. Also, that tail acts as a rudder for them to change direction very quickly, and it enables them to maneuver themselves really easily. So it's a bit of a myth. This area that we're in here, it's got quite a few trees. I mean, there's open bits of grass, and we always say, okay, the cheetah run in open plains because of the speed. They are actually very, very good at changing direction. So they are very capable of hunting in this kind of area. The only problem with hunting here is that if they manage to catch something, they actually don't have a large area to look around. You know, there's a lot of places where another predator could approach from and could get quite close to them before they realize that it's there. That's the danger to them. It's more when they've made a kill in this kind of area, to protect that kill and to keep themselves safe. It's much more advantage for them to be in the open. So while they're feeding and chewing, you can imagine all that blood, all that crunching, that's going to take away from their sense of sight and their sense of smell. So they really need to rely on their eyesight. That's why being out in the open is much more advantageous for them. So we're going to stick around and watch these two cheetah and see what they get up to, and hope they might end up getting up and trying to have another hunt a little bit later.
It's always good to see cheetahs, and especially in the mornings when they're very active. Apparently, I had a hippopotamus who I am. You remember I was saying earlier, I am going to investigate and possibly chance on Romy. But then I had a small roadblock here by a huge male hippo that was still grazing. But then he just entered in those bushes there and gave me the chance to move on because I couldn't go with him on the road. It's not very hot at the moment in the Mara, and possibly you'll see hippos come out of the water and feed, because we always know they come out at night, or possibly even from last night when he came out, he never went back, but he was feeding facing this direction towards the Mara River. So you can see how my vehicle is going, but I'm going to dance with it for the next few kilometers as a chance for Romy, and we'll definitely let you know.
Beautiful. So now we got a zebra here at Cheetah Dam, on the northern side of the dam. Looks like they're all males here. Looks like it. We're just all trying to practice their strength, fight. Yeah, that's usually common for a zebra. They're not territorial. Got a whole bunch of males together, sometimes mixed with all females. Could be female around here, but it's a lot of male that I've seen already. They're probably, it's good time for them to go down and drink. There was an impala in a far background, but it's just good time for everybody to get around, drink, and before they can move far. And then every time when it's hot, and this is where the zebra, they are a cool animal. Oh, I see female there as well, so they're kind of mixed. Just a lot of males here, but also the females in this group. Seen zebra, been with impalas and wildebeest. It's so that, it's safety, the build safety. And of course, everybody's in the same situation of getting hunted by predators. So help each other look out when they're ever in a group. We see zebra, they mainly, when they're together with the wildebeest, they lead, so the wildebeest will go as a second when they're feeding. So it helps attack tall grasses as a zebra, the shorter as a wildebeest. And you got impala also third on the lineup of feed. And now we still see a lot of zebra like this whole bunch, just because of we just shift into a kind of like spring where there's no growth a lot take place here. It's not thicket yet, so they love being in the open. And that's a zebra, but once it's covered, tall grass is very thicket, then they will move far east. Probably see them in one of these open areas inside Kruger National Park. They only want very clear ground that they can see better. And then we're looking at the species is called plain or birchall zebra. With these zebra, they have a shadow stripe. They're all just gathering around there. It's probably one of the stallion, and they have a lot of time. As you can see how they put their neck on top of each other. And they're all just kind of like they actually can groom one another. But they have their bottom jaw and the top jaw, they build it with this, sense of a teeth, which they can bite each other, especially stallion when they fight for a dominate. And some reason, even a female, they do fight sometimes. But that's what they do, just like horses, donkeys as well. But so these, it's a horses with stripe. It's a zebra. So beautiful with this mane right up. And then it's always builds a beauty of a neck and the shape of the animal. So a lot of time we check the health of the animals looking at the mane. Once you see the manes rise up, and you truly show that animal's healthy, but once you see it sideways, not straight up, that animal's probably maybe not well. The reason they're always well fed is that they don't really actually care. They eat anything they could. When it's short grass, they take it still. And then when it's tall grasses, still take it. They don't really mind. You're able to see this shadow stripe as they move through. Like I said, they probably drank already. So from the far ground, looks like also it's one of the females trying to suckling back there, one of the foal. We will leave this area for them to be free, and we'll look for some other animal.
Back to a cheetah, nothing has happened much. She's still on the termite mound. Now I'm waiting for that time when this cheetah will be on the move. Now cheetahs are very, very specialized for a particular style of hunting. They stalk whatever they've seen, be it a Thompson gazelle, an impala, and then followed by an explosive acceleration to a full speed of up to 100 or 120 kilometers per hour chase that lasts for about 600 meters. They can reach up to 70 kilometers an hour within 2 seconds of standing start. Better acceleration than a sports car. Can you imagine that? They can keep up full speed for about 500 meters. Now, because of that, the cheetah has to get closer to whatever they have a target. If it can get within 100 meters, the cheetah will charge if the prey flees, but then the cheetah has the chances of success are better if it can attack for less than maybe 30 meters. The most common cause of failure in cheetah hunt is that the prey, when they see the cheetahs before it charge, that means that the cheetah will have to abandon that. So once charging a cheetah is successful in about 2 or 7 attempts, can you imagine? Never know how this cheetah or when this cheetah decided to go for game, or maybe when it tried to hunt. But definitely it might have tried this morning, because where we are present right here, we have only zebras and wildebeest. So cheetahs don't go for larger prey like wildebeest and zebra. But I tell you, if it was a coalition of about males, so cheetahs, females will always be solitary, and only time that they have or they accompany each other is when they have cubs. So before the cubs are about one year or 1.5 before they get displaced by the mom, they'll always accompany the mom. But when a litter is only of males, let's say 4 or 3 brothers, they'll form what you call a coalition. So that coalition becomes successful. On the other side of the Mara, the game reserve, we have a coalition of 5 male cheetahs. We've called them Tanobora, which means the special 5. Those cheetahs have specialized in taking down fully grown wildebeest. It's always interesting when you watch cheetahs hunt. And can you imagine when cheetahs go for a fully grown wildebeest or sometimes a fully grown zebra? It becomes very interesting. Now a cheetah is up. I think it's turned round. Oh, it's a little bit shy for us. Change position, maybe scanning the area on the other side, see what's happening. There's a zebra fall in that herd, and I'm sure that's what the cheetah has eyed, but you don't want to mess with the mama zebra. So sometimes they can be successful or not. So it depends on whatever area they are. Sometimes it happens to be what we call kleptoparasitism. If a leopard, lion, or a hyena happens to see this cheetah on a hunt, they'll definitely wait, and until the cheetah gets whatever it gets hold of, then they come and steal that food. We've seen that lots of time from cheetahs losing their meals to hyena. That is what we call kleptoparasitism. Look at the spots. Now, cheetahs have very solid spots. In comparison to the leopard, the cheetahs have a slender body. They have solid spot. They have that cry mark or tear mark on the eye. They have a small head as compared to the leopards who are bigger than this. So I'm going to sit right here to look and see what the cheetah is going to do as we take you over to another safari vehicle.
We've been having a marvellous time over here. 3 elephants emerged from the banks of the Molwati River, and the lions are forced to skedaddle up to this position here under the bush. And now the shade is much less, and so they are forced to sort of concentrate around each other, which I imagine, giving the burgeoning heat, must be pretty uncomfortable. Anyway, there it is. Nice to see them up and doing something. There wasn't even a kind of aggressive communication. The elephants walked past, one of them stopped, looked at the lions, lifted her head, took 2 steps forward, and they all got up and moved. A little bit like whether or not they should move in the face of a teacher's authority or perhaps a prefect's authority. And it just takes 1 or 2 steps towards them with a raised hand to make them scarper. And that's exactly what happened with the lions. But already they are sleeping again. Also quite interesting to see that a couple of the youngsters and at least one of the adults definitely didn't eat anything last night, or if they did, it was very little. They don't have blood on their faces, and they've got no swelling around the belly. And so I don't think whatever they killed went very far last night. some nice bird song around. We can hear some virtual starlings, and you can hear some sort of squeaking type calls, and those are coming from wattled starlings. And the morning is taking on that sort of soporific note that it does. Something tremendously soporific about this time of the day. And so I think what I'll probably do is, well, have a little snooze.
No way, James. Please make sure you don't have a snooze, because those lions might creep under the vehicle and they might come and ask you, James, Jumbo, and how are you? My mammals here are very active, and none of them will think of having a snooze in the next 3 or 5 hours. It's one of the sightings that I've not had for a long time. Baboons, impalas, and I think at one point we had giraffe somewhere, Bungay. I've got 3 different species of animals here, and just see how they coexist peacefully. Of course, feeding differently. The giraffes being browsers, the impalas being both browsers and grazers. The baboons, omnivores, and these are the olive baboons. Now, the baboons and the impalas always complement each other when it comes to safety. Ooh, what a good feeling in the morning after all the rains we had last night. Run! Bungay, well done for your camera work, catching up with that female. And that's what exactly they do when they want to sneak from the herd. Ooh la la. So the next thing, you'll see her coming out of the herd, and the male will do the chase. Now the baboons are joining in this. I have always said the rains will always bring a rebirth of everything in the African wilderness. And you can tell from the behavior of these animals here. It'll be too much food, wonderful weather conditions, and who would not want to enjoy such times when they come. From the amount of rains we had last night, I think it could have been anything to 200 to 300 millimeters of rain. And all these baboons, I'm guessing they're getting so much, or so many worms or insects from the ground to feed on. The grass might have softened a little bit, and these impalas are having the best of it. The beautiful Mara, see the landscapes there are always charming. The olives could be anything from 50, sometimes up to 150 members in a troop. Now, Vic, you're really enjoying this view, and just like me, and the views from the Maasai Mara to me are breathtaking. I agree with you totally. And just parking the car here and stopping, looking at all these animals play in this huge theater for them, which is all natural, I think it's very refreshing. Now, baboons being omnivores, I've seen them once in a while, hunting lambs of impalas. But I usually wonder at what point that happens, because they're always very good. They coexist very peacefully. So I usually wonder, when do they change their mind and want to kill or hunt one of the baby impalas? But just look at this and see how nobody is bothered with the other. Mind your business. I mind mine. We have enough to eat. See that big male baboon just going or weaving through the impalas. The impala's not bothered a minute. Just enjoying the grazing in the morning. The very short, lush grass. And the big grass you see there is the elephant grass, which normally is very tough and I think of very poor quality. Not very palatable, but we've seen once in a while elephants will get it. That male there could be the one in charge, the male impala there, in this particular harem. But his counterpart, the other male of the baboon, still keeps walking. Look at the size of his horns. But males have a lot of work to do, not only watching out for predators, but for other male impalas who may want to come and overthrow him and take over all the girls or all the females you're seeing here. Beautiful, beautiful. My search for Romy continues as we take you to another live location.
The wonderful ability of homeostasis. These guys are very lucky to have this ability to warm oneself up, or to regulate, one's internal core temperature. Fur would definitely be a big advantage to keep these boys warm right now with a cold, chilly wind that we're experiencing from the south. And then if they get a little bit colder, getting closer to one another, and then obviously the activity of shivering to warm oneself up as well. Another very, very nice tool to keep warm in this environment. Unlike reptiles, where they don't have this internal mechanism to keep their body temperature or internal core at a stable, this is when those animals will be very inactive. Whereas in animals like this, mammals being warm-blooded, it's not technically warm-blooded, it's just the ability to regulate one's internal core temperature at a constant. And that's very important because of brain activity. Now on a chilly day like this, most reptiles would be under logs, under burrows, just trying to maintain a constant. Big fluctuations like this is not good for reptiles. But for mammals, brilliant and amazing ability to withstand vast fluctuations of temperature. Still snoozing. We don't think much is going to happen here. We're just holding out because we are close to a watering hole, and we're just hoping that something wanders in. They do look hungry, so in the next day they will definitely have something to eat. Angela, would they split up to mate? So when it comes to mating and cheetah mating, it is quite a vicious affair and something that's hardly documented. We have been lucky enough, I've been lucky enough, and as well as a few guides here on Twala, that we've actually caught this mating ritual on video. But when they are in this frenzy, let's say that, there would be one that would be more dominant. And so you would have them splitting for a few hours or a day or so. But then after that whole process has subsided, they will join up and, the waters will be calm, let's say it that, after that process. So getting quite vicious around mating, around a female in heat, that's when they would split for a little while, but then rejoining again. The other male, the subordinate male, would be somewhere close in the area, joining up with the dominant. There's no technically dominance in here. There definitely will be with a female, but then joining up a bit later as well, once that has subsided. But otherwise, joined by the hip. Literally joined by the hip. Beautiful. So they're snoozing under a little blackthorn. Blackthorn not providing much protection. They don't want the shade right now. The wind does get a bit stronger, they would find a bush that provides a lot more protection from this vicious wind coming from the south. But being in the sun is what they want now.
When you talk about the Great Migration, that is what we mean. Look at the mass movement of the wildebeest in the plains, forming semicircle and big lines there. They walk in single files, which is an advantage for them as they are moving from one area to another. So these animals, we call them nomadic, meaning that they don't have permanent home areas. They walk from the Serengeti down in Tanzania, coming to the Mara, and then they head back again to Tanzania. So the reason why they come here is to breed and feed. As they walk in big numbers, they eat loads and loads of grass. Now, we're seated here, waiting for our cheetah here. We'll be able to identify the mother cheetah as Rani. So Rani here is waiting and scanning around this area for smaller prey, because preferably cheetahs will go for smaller prey like Thompson gazelles and impala. But in the herds there, at least the cheetah can see some calves there. But it is too hard for the cheetah to go for the calves because of the adult wildebeest. She will definitely go for something else. Look at how it's scanning. It's getting warm around here, and I'm sure it's about time that he thinks of maybe walking towards where there's prey. So cheetahs cover a very big territory, reckon about 1,500 square kilometers. So within that area, they will move from one part to another in pursuit of prey. Some time back, we had a cheetah here in the Mara, and we happened to have lost her for quite a while. And it was later seen in southern Serengeti. So you can imagine how long that cheetah went. So when territories clash, sometimes you find that these cheetahs come into a fight, especially if they're males. Rivalry and male fighting each other always seen and encountered out here in the wild. So females from other families don't actually interact. The only ones that interact are within one family. So, like I told you earlier, this is a solitary hunter, be here by itself, unless when they are with a mate. That is when you see them in pair, or maybe when they have cubs. If they were brothers, you'll find them in what we call a coalition. Look at that tail. Look at the bands on the tail. So beautiful. Beautiful looking. Yeah, stretching a little bit. And a roll. Now, unfortunately, cheetah numbers have gone down. And because of that, these animals have been rendered as endangered from near vulnerable. Because of that, we find that the distribution of cheetah and the concentration where we find them in Africa is stretching from East Africa down to Southern Africa. Unfortunately, the reason why the cheetah numbers went down is because of Joy, thank you for your question. Are cheetahs the only one fast enough to catch the gazelle? No, they're not the only one that can catch the gazelle. The only reason why you see them catching gazelle is because they prefer smaller prey. Look at their body size. Look at how the complexion of how this head structure is. They have a small skull, so meaning that the crushing power or the biting power, it's so small. They also have small canine. That is the reason why they prefer smaller prey. Lions also, if there's an advantage, they will go for smaller prey. The reason why you find lions not going for smaller prey is because the lions come in a big pride, So that will not be enough for them. So lions prefer larger prey while cheetahs prefer smaller prey. So they're not the only ones that can hunt the gazelles. So I'm going to continue sitting here, waiting for Rani's next move.
An oryx just bolted through the scene and gave these two boys a huge fright. From a very static, horizontal position to a quick burst of speed and up onto your hindquarters. A male oryx just came through the back end of those bushes on your right, on the right-hand side of your screen. And I don't know what spooked him, but he came from our northern side. And obviously the sound of the hooves of this animal running, that just got these boys up very, very quickly. An oryx is a very tough prey item to bring down. Obviously those formidable set of horns. They would go after small to medium size. I've seen them take young, sub-adult wildebeest. That is a prey item that they would take. But an oryx is a very dangerous animal. And it's used to defending itself. It's got special tactics, putting its bum into a bush and just using the horns to defend itself. But from animals like this, you're built very fragilely. And any injury is going to be disastrous for these two boys. You don't want to get injured out here. You can see those heavy eyebrows. Look how those heavy eyebrows are actually casting a shadow over the actual eye. So it's the same principle as you wearing a cap. Can you just go to the left there, Glenn? And a little bit up. There we go. When that guy turns around, he's going to get a brilliant shot of that heavy eyebrow, which is creating a nice little bit of shade over the actual eye itself. Nice black markings behind the ears, also used for visual communication when they're moving and when they're hunting. And then those beautiful, beautiful black tear lines are used to eliminate glare. Look at that. Look at the bottom part of the eye being illuminated and the top part dark. Jocelyn, how much does a cheetah weigh? So between that of a male and female, there is a size difference. These males are really big. So males like this can be weighing up anywhere near 60 kilograms. So from 40 to 60 you'll have males weighing it, and then females anywhere from 30 to 40 odd kilograms. So females being a little bit lightly built in comparison to these heavier, more stockier individuals. And these guys are big. They're very big cheetah. What an amazing view. So holding out here, sitting nice and quietly, we were just looking and surveying the land around us, listening to a few birds. When you sit and wait, that's when everything kind of unfolds around you.
So, for those of you that tuned in yesterday morning, you might remember that we were on the lookout for an ostrich nest. Now, we scanned the area where the reports came from, and we didn't find anything from the road, at least. We're quickly going to the Maasai Mara.
Fellow viewers, we've just missed out on a hunt. The cheetah left and went for a Thompson gazelle. So we're driving just where the cheetah is. Unfortunately, we lost it. Now, out of 7 attempts, 2 might be successful. So this cheetah fall into an advantage where the Thompson gazelle came into a path, but then missed out after a very long chase. So let's follow her and see if she might decide to rest or maybe go for for something else. Poor cheetah missed out. Not quite sure how many times the cheetah has missed this morning, but I'm sure later on in the day it will be successful because cheetahs depend on the daylight to hunt. That was a very exciting pursuit. The cheetah just flashed off in 100 meters per hour. You can imagine how fast the cheetahs can be. Within some small split second, the cheetah was close to the Thompson gazelle.
Good luck to the cheetah. If you try once and you fail, you try again and again until you're lucky and get yourself some prey. Now, we had baboons before, and it's the same baboons, but a different troop. And why I stopped here is for you to take some picture frames or some portraits, because this to me looks very special. I mean, I just love them on that log. The small little baby there, look at her. Isn't that cute? There should be some nice portrait with the orange leafed cotton bushes in the background. And if you look carefully, if you go to the right a little bit, Bungay will show you some of them on top of the bushes I'm talking about. And I'm sure they're picking the leaves. And that's not me, neither is Bungay. Bungay is the gentleman on the camera today. But I guess there's a bit of discipline going on there. Either the mother is trying to discipline one of the youngsters, or maybe the male, who knows. I'm just wondering what they could be feeding on the orange leaf croton. Of course, being omnivores, they could be cutting small little leaves there. But sometimes you have gotten, or we have seen, some insect will lay their eggs, and maybe they're just trying to get some insect larvae from the branches of that bush. Notice how agile they are. You can hear some of them calling each other. And in the baboon's kingdom, you get, in general, the females have a particular high ranking. Just that reminds me of the hyenas. And you'll get all the daughters born to the high ranking females. They inherit the same lineage of being up there, top there, unlike the males. Look at that one, it's one that's right at the top of that trunk. And I would want to believe we've got so many insects that will bore some holes there. Oops, get out, it's my turn now. And is the insect larva they're definitely digging out there to feed on. Yeah, you see what exactly she's doing. Got something for yourself? Yes. It must be a young one, and most likely the one she moved out there must be related, or like, it's my turn also to feed. What they will do, they always forage together, but when it comes to eating, everybody have his or her own prey. Don't break that log. Don't shake it. I think by so doing, if there are anything, or there are any live insects there, or wasps, for example, or butterfly, or moths, the pupae, that's the only way she can be able to see them. But at times they might remain up there to keep an eye of what's happening around them. It's really moving it. just to be able to encourage whatever is in there to come out. Rami, that's a very good question, and you're asking, do any of these animals ever charge the guides? I would say no, not baboons, totally not baboons. Like here in the Mara in the wilderness, they will have nothing that they'll come to us for. We always remain in the vehicles, and I can tell you, we could be here for the next 1 hour. They'll continue doing their thing. We'll keep taking pictures. Bungay will keep showing you these wonderful images, but ideally they do not. But there are certain areas, maybe close to cities, where people have been known to have, say, some sort of fruit or some food in the cars, and these primates are very clever. And they have been known to sneak in the cars. If you come out of your car, leave the windows open, baboons have been known to sneak in and pick the food. Or maybe even when you're inside and you close the windows, they have been known to come to the car and start banging the windows, demanding for food. Hello, young man. I'm calling him a young man because he's a male. You can see the genitalia there. Got a huge scratch there. You need a bit of grooming because baboons carry lots of parasites because of their long fur. Ticks sometimes, lice, fleas, mites. And they're very good when it comes to grooming. Oh, did you yawn? Are you telling me to leave? Okay, I'll be leaving and I'll be wishing you a great day where you are, as we're also taking you to another location.
It is just so adorable observing elephant feeding, like, tossing grass, and like, I see this champ now is just like removing the log so it can get to the root system. It seems like it's a sandpaper resin that is feeding on now one of the grievous species. I know it's one of the tree that elephant like feeding on, especially during this part of the year. It's just amazing how, as well, the weather has just changed. It was promising that it was going to be extremely hot, but we have some nice cover, a nice breeze as well. Just amazing how these animals will use their trunk, also with their feet to kick whatever they're trying to reach out for, especially in this instance, just like kicking in the main stem so it can get to the root system. Sometimes even elephant will do the same thing just to get the dust. If you look on this elephant's back, you can also see some nice soil, red soil kind of. There's actually a few of them in this area. And, you can see also, like, the grass content, as the elephant was busy picking up sand and throwing it on himself or herself just to cool down. The beauty of African, eh? Beauty of African. So apart from having elephant like swimming like we saw yesterday, they can also get the sand and like throw it just on their body just to help cool themselves as well. So it's just amazing whether these animals are close to the water or quite far from water, and they can still somehow, I don't know how they figured this out, that when they pick up sand and throw it on themselves, it can help cool themselves down. It's just amazing how naturally these animals, the wisdom and everything. You see one of the cow pushing a tree that seems to be like, oh, nice. Look at that baby elephant. Baby elephant. Beautiful.
So we're still with our well-camouflaged ostrich, and the only reason we actually spotted this ostrich was because of that reddish tinge on the bill. Now, what's very interesting here is that this is not actually the female sitting on the nest. This is the male, and maybe at the base of the neck you'll be able to see that the feathers are black. Now, normally the males are black and the females are like a grayish brown color. And the reason for that is that the females will usually incubate the eggs during the day. So she'll blend in with this drab environment. And then the males, being black, will do that at night. But for some reason, this male is on the nest during the day. And the red that I mentioned on the bull, usually during the breeding season, the bull, as well as the shins and the ankles, will turn red, like a bright, bright red. And then it's generally a good idea to stay away from them. But he also blends in really, really well. Every now and again he puts his head down and then he just disappears into that grass. Now, we've seen him around here with two females, and normally they're in small flocks. The eggs that are in that nest was probably laid by the major hen, and then the others are just extra hens or minor hens. Megan, I agree. This is really cool. This is also the first time I've seen an ostrich nest, or even an ostrich sitting on a nest. It really is incredible. We've been seeing a lot more ostriches now over the last while. Previously, we didn't find a lot of ostriches on Ngala, so I'm really happy about this. The ranger that actually found this nest, he said that there were only 3 eggs, and which is quite interesting because from what I've read, normally the major hen will lay about 8 to 10 eggs, and then sometimes you'll find these nests with up to 40 eggs in them. So for some reason they haven't produced as many eggs, but let's see, maybe there are more females around and maybe some of the minor hens will still come in and lay more eggs. Or they could have potentially been preyed on by predators in the area. You can see he's on the lookout, just scanning his surroundings. Now those youngsters will take about 40 days, or the eggs will hatch in about 40 days. And we're not sure when they were laid, but we'll definitely keep an eye on this nest. Apparently it's going to be a really hot day today, with temperatures reaching, well, above 40 degrees Celsius. So it's a good idea that he's covering those eggs. I think we're going to do a little loop and just see if we can find some of the females around this area.
So earlier on, we had a bull elephant that was on his own just when we started with the drive, and That was Kamo, one of the famous Elephant Alive, one of the Elephant Alive project or program or campaign worked with, and
Well, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Once in a while, we get those technical hitches you'd imagine when we are broadcasting from the African wilderness. Such things will always happen. But what I want to do now is to show you a beautiful sight, some magical sighting of the landscape of the Maasai Mara, the openness of an area, and it's one place that I usually call the marsh area or the marshland. And what Bunge will do, he'll just going to span the camera all round. Look at the clouds in the background there. That is the beautiful Uluru escarpment. I'm sure once in a while you have heard me saying the Mara Triangle. The Mara Triangle takes the shape of a triangle, and the backdrop that you're seeing there, which is the Uluru escarpment, is one boundary of that triangle. And then you all know the Mara River, where we see lots of crossings going on of the wildebeest or zebras. That's the other arm or boundary of the triangle. And of course, the boundary between the Maasai Mara Game Reserve and the Serengeti National Park, or Kenya as a country and Tanzania as a country. That's what the Mara Triangle is all about. But the bigger area is the other side of the Mara Sea. In such open areas, we got elephants. Now, if you noticed, these elephants are way out of the marsh. This area doesn't have as much water as the marsh area. And these elephants are here for a reason. Being in the marsh for a long time, it's too wet there, and their feet would get wet, and they're always very careful. They do not get foot rot, and that's why they would prefer to eat where they are instead of being in the marsh. Well, my plans for searching for Romy continues, and I'll be moving on as we take you to another colleague of mine.
Here we've got a lovely scene going on at Boofle's Hook Waterhole, where a herd of elephants is taken to the water, as I would like to be taken to the water. It has got pretty hot out here. Those self-respecting creatures are, well, taking shelter in the shade, or in the case of the elephants, they are cooling themselves at the spa. Looks like such fun. It looks so comfortable, so pleasant. Only problem for us, of course, is that we can't go and sit in the shade and watch them. So we really do feel the heat. Now a little bit of sand bathing. Beverly, elephants sometimes stand on three legs, do they? You mean kind of leaning one over the other? I think it's for the same reason that you and I might do that. And that's simply to kind of rest one leg. Have a bit of a kind of, yeah, relax one leg. It's like moving your hips. When you move one hip from side to side and then you cross one leg over, it's the same sort of thing. I don't think there's anything more specific than that. You know that if you stand for a long time, the urge to move your hips around and stand on one leg and then stand on the other leg is quite strong. Or maybe it isn't, but it is for me. I think I'll probably get up and move off these elephants, but we'll wait for them while they swim.
Very nice to see in picture now on all four paws. So if you look very closely, you can actually see the claws, which I refer to semi-protractable. And this is how this amazing speed demon accelerates and gets up to that phenomenal speed that it does. And also how it stays on track through these sharp, twisty turns while trying to capture its prey. So those claws don't retract all the way into the sheath. The sheaths are places where the claws will be pulled into to allow the claws to remain sharp. Lions and leopards, their claws retract all the way into the sheath via ligaments that run up on the wrist or the forearm of this beautiful animal. So being active all the time, the claws being out and presented into the soil, onto the ground, they do experience a little bit of wear and tear, and they become blunt over the years. So when this animal is in hot pursuit of a prey item, the claw that will be used is a claw referred to as the dew claw. So the animal will actually use its paw and extending onto like midway of its arm. There's a specialized claw there around the wrist section on the two front arms of this animal, which does not come into contact with the ground. So that claw remains super sharp. And that claw will actually hook into the hide of a prey item and send it off balance. And that's what the animal wants. That's what the cheetah wants, is to set an animal off balance, that it can get into a position to actually grab it around the airways. But really nice to see the claws being presented on this beautiful, beautiful animal's pad or foot. Really, really nice. They're still relaxing, not much action. They're dozing off, looking around. There's that typical cheetah position. Very, very awkward. It looks awkward. Right, and how many times can a cheetah hunt in a day? It's quite a variable. So in a day, it depends on how hungry this animal is. The more hungry it gets, the stronger the urge becomes for this animal to capture prey. For me to answer, it's very broad. It could vary across the board. It could be once, depending if prey items are seen and if they're moving through the area, and it could be multiple times. If the opportunity presents itself. Obviously, a cheetah needs to be very careful, and that's where experience comes into an animal like this being successful, because it's using so much energy to get up to that top speed, enabling it to catch the prey item. And if it does that unsuccessfully a few times, you're really putting yourself into a dangerous situation. You won't have enough energy if you miss continuously. So you've got to be careful.
So welcome back to the Mara, guys. We lost our cheetah in these long grasses, just somewhere in between where the grazing herds are, and between that dead tree with a vulture up on top. Now this cheetah must have been tired. That's why it's taken a rest. We're waiting here until the cheetah maybe wakes up to go and try something else. Now these herds are advancing slowly headed towards the Mara River. We have big herds We have big herds of wildebeest and zebras joining in together, which is actually nice to see, but it seems like they've slowed the pace. We are very, very eager to see where they'll go to the river or to cross or maybe for a drink. Now our cheetah is somewhere around here, and because it's lying flat, actually we can't see any animal alert from the cheetah. Seems like they can't even get the scent from the cheetah. See, that will be staring. What are you staring at? So I think maybe the cheetah has gone to a different direction. So if Big James can pan a little bit, slightly to the right, I'm suspecting that because some wildebeest are watching over that area, could be that the cheetah went that direction. So I'm going to follow because I'm sure the cheetah is around that area. So let me just turn around and head that direction. So this cheetah definitely has to go for a hunt. And because he missed out this time, go for a second time. It doesn't matter how many times they try, but he'll definitely have to go for a kill. Now as I drive to locate the cheetah, we're gonna jump into another safari vehicle.
Introduce you, so you're gonna give a wave. All right, still flat cats this side. While we got this time, I want to introduce a new member on board. Glenn will be joining us from now on. Mr. David will be heading off onto a bit of a relaxation station in the next few days, and Glenn will be behind camera for the next few days and joining us on this amazing journey on experiencing the wonderful, intricate workings of Tswalu Kalahari. So a big welcome to Glenn, and unfortunately we'll be saying goodbye to David very shortly. We're going to hold out over here. We're also static, so it's nice for birds to come in, to see some new bird species maybe for us. But these guys, easy going now. And that's okay, because that's the beautiful ebb and flow of the bush. It's not always high action. You've got to understand the intricate details of these animals' lives. It's got to rest. You've got to conserve energy. You've got to wait for the moment. So going back to that question, how often would a cheetah hunt in a day? That's a variable, and it's just doing this over here, sitting out and waiting, and hopefully something will come in that would be perfect for you and a little snack. But conserving energy is a very important thing. That's why you find lions sleeping all the time. That's a very efficient manner by which and how they would save energy. So getting your full, and I mean these guys, a daily food intake would be anywhere between 1.5 and about 4 kilograms per day. And at a given time, if a cheetah was hungry and he sat down for a meal, he could consume 11 kilograms of meat. That's a large amount of meat. But then after that meal, you're going to go static. And you want to allow your body to digest that material, and for you to allow that meal to go as long as possible. Because the more you move around, the more energy you burn, the quicker that time frame moves up that you need to go hunting again. So it's a very clever tactic, taking it easy. Just like you guys are seeing here now. But what a beautiful landscape. We've got some shepherd's trees in the left-hand corner. You can see a beautiful whitewashed bark. How successful are cheetah with gemsbok hunts? Adults, not very successful. On average, a cheetah would have a success rate of 50%, give or take, once again, depending where you are and depending what preferred prey items are in that area. Younger juveniles, a lot more successful. The juveniles haven't learnt the technique on how to use their horns properly. Their horns are still developing, and they're not as skilled as the adults. The adults to cheetah like this, it's a touch and go situation. Maybe last resort, maybe they'll try and go for an adult, but juveniles and young, that is definitely a higher prey selected item when it comes to that of gemsbok. Those horns are formidable weapons. You don't want to mess around with them. You would be seeing a cheetah kebab later down the line. What we refer to as a cheetah society in South Africa. We call kebabs societies. But formidable horns, so juveniles and subadults, that's what these guys would want to go after. And then also the other prey items, springbok. We saw the springbok ewe that mother and four caught the other day. Things like steenbok, grey duiker, little hares, rabbits. Those will be things that they could utilize with ease and without the worry of being injured. But what a beautiful setting we have here. Mixed tangled bush of the arid savanna. It's a little bit dry. We're coming into our rainfall period. We experience a summer rainfall here on Swalu. Anywhere up to about 400 mils is our average. We do have wet seasons and dry seasons. And we are awaiting those rains. And a little bit of rain and the landscape changes 180. Grass starts flushing out everywhere. You've got tiny little flowers presenting themselves. Lots of insects doing what they need to do. And obviously the importance of them is vital for larger primary consumers to get their fill, and then obviously for these higher individuals on the food chain to consume them. But really nice. Nice close up there of them. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful animal. Small head, big nostrils, huge eyes, tiny ears, big forequarters. They got free-flowing shoulder blades to get nice and low when they're stalking. That thin whip-like spine, that very muscular tail, and there once again that beautiful claw being presented from the pad itself. But how lucky are we today? So the wind's starting to die down a little bit, and we're really feeling the sun rays on our side.
Look what we have here. So we're not far from Elephant Dam. So you can see this champ here, it's covered with mud in some of parts of his body. You can see that perhaps what I said earlier on, now the weather is starting to change. We're starting to have light again. It's a little bit burning actually, but you can see this Ellie is preparing himself for the worst part of the day, and that's being hot. Like nicely feeding on this sickle bush.
What's your cable there?
Slowly using his trunk and tusk to break the twigs, so he nibbles on them. So elephants sometimes don't necessarily feed on the whole twig, but what they tend to do is just to break down the a twig and just only go for the what we call a cambium layer, which is the layer between the heart or the heart of the wood and the outside back of a tree, because that's what actually transport water and nutrients into the whole water body system. Looks like a very nice early bull. There's actually quite a lot of them around here. Patrick, I'm not really sure here as to how long this animal can walk, but since being home range animal, so I assume, or I think they can walk as far as they can, just seeking out for their resources such as food, water, nice places to do mud wallowing, or for nice shade. So basically it all has to do as well more or less with surviving. Oh, look at that little cutie trying to use his trunk. You can do it, little champ. You can do it. It's actually overwhelming here. We are surrounded by these big, giant animals here. I'm just gonna stick around here and enjoy the moments with Alice.
Beautiful. So we arrive into this very water hole here by Treehouse Dam. And then we find two female warthog. It looks like they're trying to get themselves cool off by doing that, going into the water a little bit. The rage of the water there is a lot muddy. And when they do that, cool off, or also trying to drown the ticks. And more often when they get out there, they find this very low stump or wood, rub their belly, and this is the technique of how they get rid of the ticks. They are very much diurnal, so they don't move at night, and during the day that's what they do. They move early morning, get out. They sleep in their holes, so these termite mound holes, which has been dug by Aardvark. They come and activate that, and they use it as a home at night. Sometimes depend on the soil. You find them red in color because of, just like in elephants, when you find elephants in a very reddish soil or dark soil. But, when you look at these animals' color, and know the bottom is wet, but the top match to the color of the earth where they are, it's kind of a similar. They're well blending in that. So they eat grasses, warthog. So looking at the two girls over here. So they form a group which is called sounder. In a group, sound of warthog. They're more likely to breed, and they have males, and they're all seasonal breeder. Around November they started to breed. So September, November, December, that's around there. That's what often you find males going after them, breed. One thing for sure, there are sometimes these males, you find them in a group, also non-territorial bulls that you find a group up of a male. Sometimes whoever dominate, you would find close to the girls all the time. And they're so brave enough they don't run away from us. But we're looking at them on a far edge of this watering hole here. And then when I get here, I was hoping to see a lot of other animals to come and drink, but unfortunately it's probably because maybe they're still far away, or it's a plenty of these man-made watering hole around here. They might actually taking a drink somewhere else. And these, they find themselves close by here, and it's easy for them to walk down to drink. Well, warthog, they're very powerful animals. These male, they have, like warts on their face, but on this female, what we see, it looks like a hair is sticking out of their face. Just look beautiful, and the female that grow up, these little warts, tuskers are there. Same as a female, they have small tuskers showing up, as you can see. So not only male grow tusker, female do as well. But you won't see warts on this one. So if it was a male, you would see very long warts. Good morning, Beverly. Welcome to the shore, your shore, this morning. True. So, you want to know whether these tuskers of these animals, it's same what is happening on elephants. Yes, it's a solid bone. It grows out of the bone, solid bone. So usually it's the same thing, similar. When a warthog tusk break off, half or from right in the beginning of attached to the top jaw, that's where they come from there, that's where they pair. When they grow, when it break from there, then it's going to be one tusk, a warthog running around with one tusk. But you see how they need these tuskers. You wouldn't believe that they need them for their own defense. The tusker doesn't really help them dig around for food, but they use the nostrils. And they have very strong nostrils. When you see them go to the very rough soil, able to dig around for a grass root. And of course, short grasses. See what he's doing there, or she's doing. It's probably trying to make sure the mud get into the soft part of her beneath body. Turn around. It's always better this way, because you won't find them in a very deep water, shell of water, or that's it. The end of the water hole, they create little of, a smart puddle of mud. That's the way always when you're around. They go visit that, covered with mud, walk away, and they all cool themselves off this way. They squeal like also, it's probably hippos as well. Just had a hippos. Oh, look at this beautiful two hippos here. So we'll carry on, look around.
Awesome. I'm actually very happy where I am now. I have some elephant that were just like rolling. You see the one far left was actually lying down, like trying to get, there's one here just a little bit right that is also trying to get down and just to get the mud on himself, just to cool itself from like, the heat, obviously. What I really like as well is that these animals, wallowing in the mud, does not only serve as like, a cooling down system, but it actually also helps them like a protection from like, extremely sun rays, especially when it's hot like this. It also helps them like, with parasite and other stuff that, can easily get to them. But it's just amazing observing this animal just like doing all these things. I can also see, or you see on that one there, I don't know what is actually doing. I don't know, maybe it's feeling strong. I want to push that tree, but I doubt. That's actually a tree that, I've seen lots and lots of elephant just after mud wallowing, they'll come like, rub themselves or even scratch themselves on that tree. Not really sure what species of a tree, but it's a very good looking tree. Oh, look at that. So he just started scratching himself. It's really beautiful. It's really beautiful. With such scene, I often say it was another beautiful day in the office, in the African bush. If you do have any question, please do send your question, just hashtag WildEarth, and then engage with us. That would be amazing. Can see now he's doing on his back. Look at those two boys there, just like, sparring. So basically playing, fighting, like testing who's stronger than who. And the two big, big one breaks the fight, or the play fight, you can call it. It's just beautiful, folks. It is very, very beautiful observing these animals. I didn't really get the question. Sam, I'm not really sure. I assume it's just like us. It depends. If it's very hot, they'll stay much longer or even less. So it depends, honestly speaking. I can't really say 10, 15 minutes. Like now you can see the mood is just to hang around here. I've few more ellis, or we have few elephants just at the background that are inside the water. So it's just like us humans. Sometimes you feel like, you just want to, hang around the beach or the pool for much longer. No, I feel like I can join them, but hey, unfortunately, I can't survive in the water. This type of water, I need a pool water.
It's always nice seeing elephants in the water. Elephants are our key stone species. Back to our cheetah here, Ronnie. He missed out on a hunt. Now he's resting. At one point we missed him because of the long grass around here. Lots of buffaloes that went past, and the grazing zebras and wildebeest have just walked past, ignoring him rather. He looks like he's a little bit sleepy. Then he needs some shade to go and rest. Now I don't know what time he will decide to go for something else. Excuse me. Cheetahs, sometimes when they miss out on a hunt, they will go somewhere else and look for other prey, preferably the younger or smaller antelopes. Look at how he's panting. So most predators, especially when we talk about this cheetah, they don't have sweat glands. The reason why they pant heavily to cool off. Look at the tail there, swishing off light. What got your attention? So at times like this, because of how it blends in, passing by prey can fall target to him. We have times when animals walk to the water, and the path that they use to go to the water are within these grasslands. For example, if a herd of impala or Thompson gazelle walk past, then he will get an advantage. So sometimes they follow prey, or sometimes prey comes to them. He's still on the look. I'm sure he's missed out maybe more than 3 times. Who knows how many times do they have to go? Maybe he might even lose it today, or maybe tomorrow, and hunt the other day. It's a hard, tough game out here. The survival rate, you have to be strong. Now, if he catches up a prey, then he will definitely eat as much as he can. Louise, thank you so much. Why do solitary female cheetahs decide to be solitary? The reason being, when cheetahs form a coalition, for example, if the male and female mix up together, that will inhibit inbreeding. So when cheetah cubs are born, let's say a litter, a brother and a sister, they have to split up, because in the near future, after when they become receptive or when they want to mate, they might do what we call inbreeding. To prevent that, the reason why they have to split and female cheetahs become solitary, and they will walk over to find a new mate. That is what brings the success rate of these animals here. So when they avoid inbreeding, it becomes better for survival and also prevent the inbreeding. He's up again, scanning still. They have sharp eyes, so he can watch over prey for a long, long distance away. Sometimes we have to look with our binoculars to see what they're looking at. Seems like he's tired and also maybe got some energy. So I'll still be here waiting for him to go for his next move, and then send you to another safari vehicle.
How awesome is that baby elephant, eh? Trying to feed on the whipping bourbon. So, I mean, oh, look at that. He even lift up one of his feet, trying to reach out, not going down. But this is the same whipping bourbon that yesterday a very big bull giraffe was just standing and trying to reach out for the new shoots of this scotia tree. You can see more and more ellies just joining, utilizing the nice shade as well of the tree. This is beautiful, folks. Very, very beautiful. You can see one of the other ellie is using his trunk to reach out for the whipping bourbon leaves. We just came out of like winter, or we're about to come out of winter, spring sort of. But if you look at this beautiful tree, you can see it looks very different to other tree, just because it's one of the tree that just recently had like new shoots of leaves that are very green, that almost everyone that browses want to utilize or want to feed on these beautiful leaves. Now it seems like everyone is just like gathering in the spot. Ah, look at those leaves as well. I can hear some starling. There's just one on the top there. In Shangaan or in Tsonga we say Sishongile, which means it is beautiful. It is awesome. Look at those babies. Eh? I really love them. I really love them. They're so cute. Eh? Especially when they try and do something using their trunk, which they are not even yet sure as to how and when to use their trunk. It's just like beautiful to watch them learning to master using their trunk. Can see that one is covered with mud, so you just use the trunk to scoop the mud and water and just spray it on its body. So in this herd, there's a couple of new, or I would say like youngsters, sub-adult and like, adult, big aunt, mummies and sisters, daughters. It's actually one of the big herd that we have here. You can see that maybe is one of the big ones, big matriarchal female.
Welcome back last time we were with you, we had those 2 male cheetah that were being very sleepy. We decided to leave them because we think they're going to relax there for the day. And while we were carrying on, we came across this beautiful little spider. You can see it's got some lovely stripes on the back and some prominent stripes on the leg as well. And this is in fact a garden orb, not the golden orb that some of you might have seen in the Leopard, but a relative to that spider. It's actually a very small one. They can get very large. What's quite interesting about the orb spiders though is that their growth is, oh look, now you can see it really nicely. Look at that. It's holding on. It's very, very windy here. So it is being blown around in the grass there quite a bit. But what's quite interesting is that their size is completely dependent on how successfully they catch their prey. You can see this one's quite small, and it's in like a small little clump of grass. So I don't think it's got the best position. Often you see these massive spider webs over the top of roads where they can catch a lot of insects, and as they feed a bit more, they'll get bigger, and they'll be able to construct even bigger webs. Also, I don't know if you've noticed those little white lines that are quite prominent in this web. You can see there's almost little white squiggles, and it's quite a smart adaptation of this spider. It's managed to spin a bit extra web and makes those squiggles, and one, it helps to reinforce the web a little bit, but the main reason is actually to act as a deterrent to anything larger. You know, if an antelope or something to walk through here, it would very easily destroy all of this web, and that would cost a lot of energy for the garden orb to then reproduce all that silk and then spin another web. So this acts as a deterrent. In fact, large animals will often see that white squiggle and they'll avoid the web because they don't want to get caught up and have all that web around them. We're going to carry on driving through these open plains and see what else we find.
I would suggest humbly to Kim that if the weather is anything like it is here, that driving across anywhere open is a very dangerous prospect because it's got very hot indeed, and we've just been seeking out shade, which I have failed to find. And we're now looking at a magnificent weeping bourbean tree, made all the more magnificent for the fact that it doesn't really have any leaves yet, just this huge wash of red flowers. And a whole lot of birds flitting about inside there. I've seen Cape glossy starlings, sunbirds, white-bellied, yellow-fronted canaries, and a squirrel. And it's quite interesting because some of the weeping bourbeans are not producing flowers at all, but they have produced leaves. Some are producing both, and some are like this one, which are producing no leaves and just flowers. And I'm interested, I would be interested to know what the reasons are behind that. I should probably go to my grave not knowing the reason, though, because I doubt anyone's found out. I'm not sure the time. That fascinated by it enough to start a PhD project. But it is quite cool. I find that the green of new foliage goes really beautifully with the green of other foliage. And so the different shades of green go really well together, but the green doesn't go necessarily as well with some of the other colours out here as it might. Critter Freak, you say they're such gorgeous flowers. That they are. They're absolutely fantastic. And for those of you who don't know, in case you have seen or are seeing this tree for the first time, it is a weeping bourbean because the flowers drip nectar onto the ground. Ergo, the tree is crying. Let's go.
I'm not sure we have the weeping trees here in the Maasai Mara, but our trees are very different. And not very far from where I am, I have one of the very iconic trees of the Mara. I'll be showing you much later. The shepherd tree or the balance tree. And it's very close to here where I get some predators brought down a wildebeest. And you can see the party going on here. We have got all sorts of scavengers finishing what predators normally start. Rupals, African white-backed vultures, the marabou storks, getting the internal organs of the late wildebeest. And this must have been this morning, and this is not where we saw the two lionesses that were feeding on another wildebeest. This is a very different kill, about 10 kilometers away from where we were this morning. Just listen. And how cool is this? Here, speed is important of eating. Here it's always about survival here in the bush. Your speed, your strength makes the whole difference. Not once I've said, I do not think vultures have table manners. And I would say there's no particular, I would say, pecking order here. As I said, your speed and your strength. You have to push, you have to create room for yourself. The marabou stock is coming in. Of course, they're big and tall, but they're outnumbered by the vultures here. Now, what's funny, we might be seeing a warthog coming from the left side. And I'd be surprised. I mean, we have seen warthogs scavenging on bones. I'm not sure that's exactly what she wants to do. This will be very interesting if she's going to find her space here. I've never seen this before. But I know warthogs do scavenge for meat, for bones. Think quietly, with all the due respect. Oh, he is going to dig in. You can see the testicles there. Rosalind, you're asking what's the largest raptor here. Now, oops, did you see that? Before all these vultures came in, the first vulture that were here are what we call the Leopard-faced vultures, or the Nubian vultures. Nubian vultures are the largest and the strongest of all the scavengers, or of all the vultures in East Africa. We had two, because they normally travel as a pair, but they left, I think, as soon as they were outnumbered by these other ones here. Now, currently, we got the Rupals, Griffon vultures, and African white-backed vultures. If we are going to call the marabou stock, not a predator per se, but as a scavenger, of course, she will be the largest. We got 3 of the marabou stocks here. And as much as they also hunt for themselves, sometimes I also call them predators. I have seen the marabou storks hunting smaller birds, like flamingos, but they also scavenge a lot. Look at that warthog there. He got his space. He's enjoying the meat, I guess. Because I do not think he has the jaws to crush the bones. It's definitely eating. I have never seen a party like this where a warthog has joined the scavengers. That one behind the warthog is called the hooded vulture. Is one amongst the smallest vultures we have in East Africa, like the Egyptian vulture, But this one here is called the hooded vulture. See the courage in the warthog. This is a very special breakfast here in the Mara. Now, what he is eating are the internal organs, or what was semi-digested by the wildebeest. What the warthog is eating. See that? Not sure how he's chewing that. We know warthogs are herbivores. But as I said earlier, just like hippos, you'll see them also scavenging once in a while. Hippos will also do the same, trying to crack some bones, maybe looking for phosphorus or calcium from them. Sunshine, how are you? And you're asking the wingspan of a vulture. Depending on what vulture it is, it's always anything from 3 feet to 5 feet, and some of the largest ones, like the Nubian vultures, have a wingspan of almost 6 feet when all stretched out. And they use their wings for gliding in the air. They do a lot of thermal gliding. You get them, Sunshine, taking off in the morning. As soon as we get some enough heat and the thermals in the air, you just see them just gliding when they spread their wings out, and that saves them lots of energy instead of keeping flapping. And this is truly a special breakfast here on a Saturday morning in the Maasai Mara. And I think of all my sightings today, this one has made my day, as I spend a few more minutes here before we take you to another location.
Oh, look at that, eh? Look at that elephant. Seems like he's enjoying himself. Doesn't seem like he just wants to come out of the water and playing with the trunk. I'm actually not really sure whether he's playing or spilling the water. It's just amazing just to observe that trunk of this elephant. Oh, one more join. You can see they all look dark in color now, so they just had like a nice proper swim. Now the big cow as well, it seems like she's interested in joining. It's quite hot in the African bush. It's very, very hot. I think the prediction for today was somewhere around like 40. Someone is taking, a nice, nature, Nature is always nature. You can see now most of them, it seems like they had like, a nice proper swim and also drink. So it's just a matter of leaving this water hole, just going to seek for a nice shade where they will for a minute or two, just rest, or even find a nice termite mound or any comfortable place where they will just you can see this actually resting while standing. You can see not even they're a little bit moving, but if you look, normally when they are positively active, you can also see there we go, now starting to flap their ears. That's actually not aggression or anything, but purely also helping because they've got lots and lots of capillary veins just behind their ears. So when flapping those, it's another way of cooling themselves down. I think I'm gonna have 2 Ellis playing in the water now. Look at that, putting the trunk on his forehead. can hear like woo, like water. So some of them, they're actually playing in this water and blowing through their trunk. This one seems like he was a little bit interested in us, not so long ago, but now he just relaxed. What a way of, spending the morning or your life in the African bush, in the water. Look at those trunk. So these animals are one of, my number one favorite animal, just because of the emotions that evolve around them. So that could be like, playing or greeting. I think when I started presenting or guiding through this platform, there was one story that I shared, and it was just seeing one mom or one cow that has passed on, and the whole herd surrounded this carcass, and a young elephant baby placed her 2 front feet on top of this carcass. I don't want to lie, what was the young Ellie was trying to say, or either it was saying like, wake up mom, or either it was saying, in peace mom. It was a very emotional, scene to experience. And I guess that's what makes these animals what they are now, our African elephant.
From our lone cheetah, we've come back to the herds. Now they look like they're on a mission to go and cross the Mara River. Now look at that herd. I'm telling you, later on, maybe if they decide to congregate by the river, it's going to be big crossing. Now, what drives them to the river? It's because of the thirst that most of them gathered the river to drink. Most of the mud or the water pools that are around here have dried up. We only got some slight showers last night, so that is not enough for all this herd. So I'm suspecting they're going to the river right now, but it's a long way to the river. To see that, it's magical. Look at the cattle egrets following these herds. They get that advantage to eat the insect disturbed while these grazing animals are walking, and sometimes when they are feeding, they're quite much enjoying. Now, cattle associate themselves with big game. Sometimes you see them with elephants, you see them with buffaloes, elands, all sorts of game, especially when they're in big numbers. There's a lone topi over there. So during the migration time, also topis migrate, zebras, Thompson gazelles, and even Eland. The only big herds that are known, and this has become a phenomenon, is the wildebeest, because they come in very big numbers, actually amounting to about 1.5 million individuals. Now, during that time of the migration, during July to October, they are actually here in the Maasai Mara of Kenya, crisscrossing between the Mara Triangle and the Mara Game Reserve. So what determines the two sides is it's bisected by the Mara River. So the Mara River cuts across the two sides. This is a conservancy and the other one is a game reserve. So it runs all the way from the Mau Forests, a very big water catchment area, and the river drains all the way to Lake Victoria. So from the mouth to the source, it runs about 290 kilometers and cutting through the Mara about 60 kilometers. That river has been a source of life and death. Families living out of the game reserve or the wilderness area depend on the Mara River, as well as here, the wildebeest and all the other animals depend on the Mara River. Because of that, it has become a very nice spectacle watching them crossing the Mara River. Now, during the time, we have lots of crocodiles that come to eat this. Those crocodiles are very big crocodiles, known as the Nile crocodile. They sometimes take big chunks of flesh, trapping this wildebeest. To see that later on, maybe in the evening, we might go to the river to see if these guys will cross. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. Kids question at wildearth.tv and on your YouTube comment section at FC. As we follow the herds, we're going to jump into another safari vehicle.
So we've looped around to a waterhole and we've found 13 elephant bulls drinking and playing in the water. What an incredible scene. Some impalas coming in behind them, and then there's a large flock of red-billed quailias actually just on the left. They just landed on the edge of the water. Look at that. Quite a spectacular scene. Now, if you tuned in yesterday, you'll remember this is the waterhole where we had those saddle-billed storks. And I was just looking at the water level, and you can already see from yesterday to today how it's actually dropped. Those two bulls just playing around. Now, this waterhole carries quite a heavy load. You can imagine that hundreds of animals will be coming down to this waterhole when it's hot. And today is going to be really, really hot. It's almost like they're sizing each other up. Most of them have finished taking a bath now. They were splashing around a few minutes ago, splashing and throwing water onto their backs, behind their ears, onto their bellies. And now they're all just standing around. We had this moment where it was like time just stood still. These elephants all, like there wasn't a tail moving, there wasn't an ear moving, no sound. Like we were saying, it was actually quite strange. But how beautiful. I could watch elephants all day. I think they were really, really hot and thirsty when they came down. We saw them running towards the water. You can see the impalas starting to drink in the background there as well now. Now, when we arrived, there were zebras, there were giraffes, there were lots of impalas. They were all drinking at the waterhole. And then as the elephants came in, the smaller animals left. And that's usually what happens around a waterhole. The smaller animals, they'll make way for the larger animals. And around a waterhole, the elephant's king. So nice to see the different sizes here as well. And as I mentioned before, these are all bulls. Gentle giants. Listen to that rumbling there. You can hear the quailias calling in the background as well. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, or this morning, sorry. And please remember to join us again this afternoon for your next safari.
and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo, and hello, everybody. A very